Okay, hello, everyone. Mute myself. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Village Trustees at 6:30 on Tuesday, April 9th. Before we get started, just for those of you who are new or who haven't come often, there is, if you want to follow along with the agenda, it's on our website. There's a QR code over there on that table that if you just put your camera up against it, it'll take you up to the agenda. We do have a very long agenda tonight, so that's a good way to keep track of it. And then when we get into areas where we're going to make votes on things, we use something called Rosenberg's Rules of Order. Again, we've got copies over there for anybody who wants them, but this shows you how we manage the trustees' questions, discussions, and public comments and discussions. So if you want to follow along with how to do that, so you know when, if you have anything to say, this will tell you exactly when it is your turn. Anybody who is making public comments tonight, we're going to ask, as we always do, that you come up to the podium and tell us what your name is and where you live so that we can get that for the record. So the first item on the agenda is the Finance Committee interview. Todd? Come on. Up there.
Todd Ursig, 81 Roberts Road, Woodstock.
And so can you tell us, so you're applying for the Finance Committee position. Can you tell us just in 2 minutes or less why you are interested in it? We have a long agenda. Well, I'll have coffee later. Tell us why you're interested in the position and what you hope to do in that position.
I applied for the position basically because I do have a finance background. It's mostly in grants and research and hospital administration. Okay, it allows me to deal with multifaceted budgets and something I enjoy doing. I thought it'd be something I could do to help the town. And I got some skills that I think are unique. I've worked with large budgets for the military, for the government, multi-state, multi-government, nations, and anywhere from buying cars, bikes, whatever, paying for houses and hospitals and all different kinds of fees and animals and all that kind of things in the field of research. It's a it's a unique field, but it gives me the option to understand a lot of various different types of budgets with over about 100 different sponsors that I deal with, being able to navigate their rules and requirements. Okay, and I enjoy the town, so I thought it'd be sort of nice to sit there and see if you needed help.
We always need help. Y'all have questions?
Yeah. Have you spoken, Todd, to John Spector or other members of the Finance Committee?
No.
About your desire?
No.
Are you familiar with any of them?
No.
You've not attended a Finance Committee meeting?
I have.
You have? Oh, okay. That's good.
Attended a few. When I first, got here and they had them online, they used to be on today, actually. They used to be, and I had it in my calendar today. They changed the date, I think, a while back. But yeah, I've gone to a few of them, listened in, and there's another Todd, I think, on the committee or somewhere involved in it, because there would be sometimes they would say Todd, and I'm like, well, how would they know it's? And I will send it to Todd. And I'm like, yeah. So yes, I have listened in, and I do have a general understanding of what's going on in the function.
Brenda?
How long have you lived in the area, Todd?
48, no, 2 years, actually, January. Okay. I bought a little house like road here, right behind Billings Farms. And I've traveled through this town since I was a little teenager. And we had a house, we lived in Lake George, New York, and we had a house up in Loon Mountain in New Hampshire. And we would drive through this town on our way all the time. And I just loved the town.
Great.
One more question. You have the time to make the meetings.
Yeah, there's a couple meetings a month. Yeah, and they're at evenings. That's fine with my work schedule and everything else like that. I work, to be a little bit more forthright, I work as a consultant. I work for Mass General Brigham. So I work for 21 different hospitals currently. And we started a consulting, inside consulting firm. We do actually work outside also, helping other institutions that have issues with their research grants and portfolios and budgets. I'm working currently as a Mass General employee working at Boston City Hospital, or Boston Medical Center as it's called today. Okay, yeah.
Just one point of clarification, the finance committee now meets Monday afternoons. It was the first Monday of the month at 12:30 or 1 p.m.
Okay,
So that's the new schedule.
okay. Yeah, that's fine. The question was, do I have the time? And I thank you for bringing that forward. Is that I work remotely, and I can schedule myself. Like yesterday, I actually went to the eclipse. And so I was up here, and I said, yeah, I'm going.
Very good.
So it was sort of nice that I had that ability to just sort of say I'm breaking for now, and as long as I get in my time over the week, it's pretty flexible.
Thank you. Thank you.
Frank, our newest member, is on Zoom somewhere. Frank, do you have any questions?
I don't.
Okay. Any other comments, questions?
No.
Y'all? Okay, and so obviously there are the meetings, but then there tends to be homework in between.
Mhm.
That's something that you're comfortable with as well?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I assumed it was mostly homework.
Yeah. By the way, when you get free time. Okay,
Exactly.
great. Okay, did you have anything, Eric?
No.
Okay, great. And is this the only applicant that we have for the one open?
Yes, as of right now, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah,
Would you entertain a
please,
motion?
go ahead.
I move that we accept Todd Ursink for the finance committee.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Frank? You there?
I don't see anybody on.
He's there, but he's on mute, no video.
Oh.
So when you have 3 votes,
We got
Okay.
3.
yeah.
And the ayes have it. So welcome to the team.
Welcome and
Thank
thank you
Yeah.
thank you for offering to.
Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I know I have another meeting though next week.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Jill's on the line and I'm sure she'll fill you all in when she's done ironing. Next item on the agenda are interviews for the planning commission. We've got 3 people that are up for this, and we do have 2 spots. So after this and the interview for the open trustee position, we're going to go into executive session and discuss that. So just so that you know where we're going. So the first
Can I make one? So I would advise the select board has the same 3 candidates for the planning commission.
Okay.
You have a joint meeting scheduled next Wednesday. My suggestion would be to wait till you have the select board in the same room and then discuss which 2 people to appoint. So you have the same planning commission for both the trustees and the select board.
I think, yeah, but I think we'll still discuss it.
Yes,
Without coming to a vote.
Yeah, no votes on the planning commission tonight, is what I'd say, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Eric. So for the first person up is Stephen Fulkerson. I'm so sorry. Come on up.
So I'm Steve Fulkerson. I reside at 542 West Woodstock Road, Woodstock, Vermont. My wife and I, we're newbies here. We've just been here 2 years in June. We purchased the property in January of 2022. There, 540, 542. There's 2 buildings on the site there. So, my background is in general contracting and in facilities management. I'm retired. My wife and I are retired now, and trying to be retired here in Woodstock. We absolutely adore the community and felt very much that if it felt right, we wanted to help where we can. And so been able to be involved in a few small little items here and there. But my background is in facilities management, higher education. I think one of the things that probably was asked to consider this position is my background there in higher education was in master planning. So I have a deep desire and interest in master planning. It's a very comprehensive process and takes a good deal of work and thought. And I always enjoyed being part of that. It's a joy to participate in those kinds of very broad constituents there, and making sure that people are heard. And you have the opportunity then to meld those into hopefully a cohesive, comprehensive plan that meets the need. My part was in higher education with different constituents. It doesn't sound like that you would have very many, but you do actually in higher education, and I certainly see that here as well. So I also realize there's other candidates, and if the commission, you folks feel like there's somebody else who's more suited, you will not disappoint me in finding others and say thank you very much and go on your way. I realize there's a good deal of commitment and time here, and that is something I'm still figuring out. Being newly retired, there's a lot happening in our life, and realize that in order to do a good job, you need people who are committed to the process and committing to the time and effort there that's needed to achieve that. So certainly I'm open to anybody else. If you feel like somebody else is better qualified, again, you won't hurt my feelings a bit. Happy to just continue as being here in the community. I don't know that there's anything else I can share that would be of value, but happy to answer questions.
Couple of questions. One, have you attended any planning commission meetings?
I have actually, the last two I've been at, and very interested in understanding what the process was with regard to the the new zoning requirements here with the additional dwelling units, and being able to see how that fits in with the community. Very interesting process there so far. So,
Second question is, what attracted you to move to Woodstock 2 years?
that's a longer story, but it's.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all right. Truthfully, just a longer part of it. Never been to Vermont. I've lived all over the United States. So I've lived grew up in California, a little hamlet called Los Angeles. You might have heard of it. Lived several years in the Rocky Mountains as a general contractor there. Place called Chaffee County has the most peaks over 14,000 feet in all the continental United States. Lived in Massachusetts for now 9 years. Was a planner estimator in Boston. Designed and built my own home in Franklin, Massachusetts. Was hired to go back to the Midwest and participate there as a assistant facilities director at this 4-year liberal arts college, and was made director there in 2000 and spent my next 10 years there, and had an opportunity to come back to the East Coast, which I very much love. I love the scale of the east of the New England area. And I'd never been to Vermont, and my wife and I actually drove up here one evening. King Arthur, you heard of that place up the road here? And the next day I said, gee, I'd like to see more of Vermont. I love the architecture. I love New England. I love the history here in New England. And we drove through, and it said there was a sign that said Woodstock. And I followed that sign, drove around in the green, said, this is gorgeous. Looked at the covered bridge, looked at the signs, historic signs. I said, this is a classic New England hometown. Love it. And from there, oddly enough, we ended up driving back through here the following summer with my daughter and son-in-law. And it just led to things where it was time for me to retire. I'd had enough of the facilities world out there. And we found our place here. And it was just a very, very sweet unfoldment is how I would describe it. It's great community here, wonderful people. And I like the size of the community and that you can speak with one another here, regardless of where you are politically, doesn't matter to me, but to be able to talk with somebody and get their viewpoint, I think is very important to listen and hear from people. So it's a joy to work with people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brenda?
No, I'm good.
Frank, as a former planning person, do you have any questions?
Sure. Have you read through the town plan?
Have you read through the town plan?
Have I read through the town plan? No, I have not.
Do you have any other questions, Frank?
Yes, so as a contractor, I assume you have experience with zoning and planning in other areas.
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing that.
I said as a contractor, you have experience with planning and zoning and stuff like that.
Yes, I was a general contractor, had my license in California to start with and had a business in Colorado and then again, built my own home in Franklin, Massachusetts. So I'm very familiar with zoning and planning.
Great, and my final question is, how do you successfully handle change?
Again,
How do you successfully handle change?
how do I handle change? Well, change is every day. There's something fresh and new. And so for me, in order to, and particularly in small communities and in colleges, I love colleges because every year there's a 25% new constituency coming through. And I found that invigorating and challenging at times. But that's the joy of working with people is looking at opportunities and seeing where there's a need or a deficiency, where there's an opportunity there to adjust and correct and improve. And everyone comes with its own of unique little circumstances and challenges. But for me, that is just an opportunity there to work through a problem with people. Look at, again, the opportunities, where there's deficiencies and where there's a way to bring people together to harmonize that and to unify that is important. I realize you can't always achieve that. Don't know that anybody's ever had 100% of their constituents happy with them. But again, it's a team effort. That's how I feel about things. It's a team effort. And it's important to largely leave your egos, what I used to call leave your egos at the front gate at a college. Come in and work with the team, work as a team. And again, this is going back to years in facilities and addressing challenges when there's change. As I've experienced when I was hired to also take over another campus at the same time of having the college campus, it was those three items. One is leave your ego at the front gate. Second one is to work together as a team. And the last thing that I learned and shared with my staff, who I was new to, is please look forward, don't look back. So there's times when you need to glance back to know where your roots are. But in order to achieve goals, you have to look forward and you have to be prepared for change then and adjustments.
Thanks, Stephen.
Anything else, Frank?
No, thanks.
Okay. And my only question is, so you've been to this meeting, you've been to planning commission meetings. I think you're starting to get the sense of how New England and Vermont and Woodstock work in terms of there's always community input, which is fantastic. Can you talk to me about how, when you see something going on in your town here or in the past, that you've been like, I don't know that I like that. What has been your process if you've been interested in changing things or?
Well, I'm always interested in knowing, first of all, what are the facts about this? Is there some kind of like a zoning ordinance? The short time I've been here, shortly after we arrived, within 2 months, I attended the housing committee meeting, and I was just fascinated because again, people are talking with one another, and it's largely cordial. So to me, it's understanding what is the problem and getting to know Stephen Bauer here. I've applied for building permits to do different work on our home or property there. And I just relish the fact that you can walk into an office here. Met Eric Duffy early on when he was hired, and just you can walk in and have a pleasant conversation with people. So rather than being disagreeable, it's just an opportunity to tell me more about this process and tell me what it's about. How do I negotiate this? What are the rules that we're playing by here? We all have to play by the rules. And so it's important to know what are those rules, and then how do I work within that area? So yeah, just, I don't know that they answered your question directly, but
For me. Okay, anybody else have any questions? Okay, thank you so much.
welcome.
Thank you. next person up for the planning commission is Alex, is it Mully?
Yes, it's Molly.
Oh, okay, there he is.
Yeah, I'm on Zoom.
We're just gonna turn up our volume real quick here.
Okay.
Oh, much better. So Alex is online. So Alex, go ahead and in 2 minutes or less, tell us why you're interested in being on the planning commission.
Yeah, sure. Maybe I'll start with a quick introduction. I've been a South Woodstock resident since October 2022. After 15 years in New York City, moved up here. The catalyst was didn't want to have a baby in the city, and my parents live in the area here. We were very lucky to stumble across a rental here. I think now that I have a better appreciation for the town, the housing market, et cetera, just have a realize how very fortunate we were at the time. Our daughter was born last February. We really enjoyed living here, so decided to buy the house next door. It was a very, very short move. In terms of involvement with the town, my professional background is investment banking. I spent a long time working in Citigroup's mergers and acquisitions practice. So when I found out when I heard last, I guess like late summer, that the town was exploring possibly acquiring the Aqueduct company, I volunteered my time to be a part of that exploration process. I think I've dedicated a lot of time to that. Rolling up my sleeves and digging into data and participating in a lot of meetings. That experience certainly served as an introduction to several members of the select board. Also, Gabe sat on the working group as well. And I suppose continuations of that conversation and how I can continue to be involved in town affairs and shaping certain issues, whether ad hoc or otherwise, is ultimately why I'm here. So happy to answer any questions.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, so attendance at planning commission meetings, and I like Frank's question. Have you read the town plan?
First, I intended to join the last meeting, and then the snowstorm interfered. And before that, I did not know when prior meetings took place. I have read through the town plan. I have not. I wouldn't say I have memorized it. Not extraordinarily familiar with it, but I have started the process of familiarizing myself with the plan, and it's been a helpful exercise.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions, Jeffrey?
No.
Brenda? Okay, Frank? Do you have some?
Yes. Yeah, the same questions I asked Stephen. I guess we went through those things. So do you have any experience with zoning and planning? If so, explain.
Not directly. Only, I mean, I've become somewhat familiar with certain issues and matters in Woodstock through the working group involvement, but I do not have any direct background in planning or zoning.
Great. And then again, how do you successfully handle change?
I guess the handle or implement. Is this a personal question, or is it how is change enacted?
You can apply it, an experience in your career. How did you handle something that needed to be changed and get through?
Yeah, I mean, in the 13, 14 years I was at Citigroup, the nature of working in a product group like I did is you get bounced around different industries, working with different types of clients in very different sectors, and I think experiencing change and making that happen, creating the best solution for a client at a certain time, it just means really like digging in, accepting what's in front of you, diving into it, and learning as much as possible. I've had to do that a bunch of times. I think I'm pretty adaptable, having faced a lot of different career changes. So yeah, I think it's about diving in, understanding what's ahead of you, and really getting to know what you're changing into.
Great, thanks. And I guess anything else you'd like to share with us that will make you a strong candidate for the planning board?
I guess I would say I'm someone who both embraces the conceptual, but also the details. And that's something where take an issue like short-term rentals. I think those two, high level conceptual, but also digging in and understanding data, what the change impact is to those affected by a new regulation or policy. So I think I embrace both the high level and the nitty gritty. That's something that I look forward to. I look forward to bringing to the commission.
Thanks, Alex.
Do you have any time limitations to attend the meetings?
No, I appreciate that certain town meetings, especially with substantial public comments, can run very long. And my 14-month-old is used to really, really late dinner time. So no.
Thank you.
Do you have anything? And my one question is the question that I asked the prior applicant, which is when you run up against an issue or a policy or something that at first glance maybe you don't agree with, how do you go about what's sort of your process for if you're so inclined to work on it?
Well, I think with any issue or any possible policy change or regulation change, it's important to understand the constituents and what the impact is. So I don't. I guess I think it's very important to take to not take the view of, okay, these are these are my special interests or these are your special interests. I think it's very important, especially in the scope of a body like the Planning Commission, to really understand the interests of all affected. So that would be my answer.
Jeffrey, Brenda, Frank, Eric. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, next person on our agenda is Elisa. Come on up, please. And I think we'll do the same thing. Tell us a little, 2 minutes or less, why you're interested in being on the platform.
Okay, so I'm Elisa Tarlow. I live in the Village, and I'm interested in being on the Planning Commission because I feel like what you have, that's like the core of your town. And I really, really love this town. I first came here, I think it was like 12 years ago. We came on a trip checking out the whole East Coast, and we stayed in Woodstock for a few days or a week or something. And we literally pulled over, and my husband said, I don't want to leave. And a month later, we moved to Heartland. And then we've been kind of in and out and just moved back here full time just this at the end of the summer. So I feel like I love Woodstock. I want it to remain as amazing as it is. And I know there are a lot of changes that need to happen. And I think it's really important to think carefully about those changes. And I feel like your zoning and planning is kind of the core of what forms your town. Like it's what has made the town how it is, and it's what will make the town how it will be. And every little change can have a major impact on that. And sometimes you don't even realize. So I think it's really important to think really carefully about all those details. I have a background in research, in biology, and then in real estate. I've done everything from selling homes to renovating historic homes to running a property fund in Germany with mixed-use buildings. So I have a lot of experience with real estate, with contracts relating to real estate, with planning boards and how their zoning impacts properties and what you can and can't do with them. And so I feel like I would be a really good fit because of that experience, and because, and especially like the attention to detail with the details of the plan. And I like working with the community. I think it's important for the community to be involved and to have people's voices heard, and how every change impacts everybody, and how you can try to do the best to create change in a way that will impact the most people in a positive way, or a way for everyone to feel like it makes sense. And yeah.
Jeffrey?
So some of the same questions. Have you, first of all, attended any planning commission?
I have like 1.5, so not a lot, but yes.
Read the town plan?
I have not. I haven't.
All set.
I will
All set.
if
That
you
goes over
elect
there.
me.
Yeah. Or wash your hands or not. It's on
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
And then you can sit here and chill until she's done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
That's okay.
And do you have the time?
I have plenty of time. I mean, I don't have plenty of time. I'm a mom and, you know, all that stuff. But yes, of course, I have totally flexible time. I control my time, and I can spend as much time as needed.
Thank you.
No problem.
No, I have no questions.
Okay, Frank, you're up.
Yes, yes, thank you. Hi, Lisa.
Hi.
Similar questions to that I asked the previous candidates. Your experience with zoning and planning, do you have any?
Well, I have, like I just kind of said, I mean, I have experience in real estate and dealing with properties with different planning boards, and how, you know, the rules and stuff affect what you can do and things like that. What do you mean?
Great.
Specific? Yeah.
No. Thanks. And then Jeffrey asked you a few other questions. How do you successfully? And the final question is going to be, what else would you like to tell us that would make you a strong candidate? Thanks.
Thanks. I don't have to answer the change question. How do I successfully handle change?
Let's go ahead and add that
Yes.
one.
Okay. Well, for change, I mean, I think for personally, everyone handles change in a different way, depending on if it's positive or negative change. I think that change in the town has to be handled really carefully, and you need a lot of input from everybody. Like I was talking to someone today about short-term rentals, and I haven't dug totally deep into all of it, but I've been paying attention to the last few discussions. And although the short-term rentals have been, like, the changes are kind of set up to put more control and limits on the short-term rentals, this person I was talking to was saying how it's actually making it a worse situation for short-term rentals because of some of the changes. So I think it is difficult. Change is difficult, and every little change that you make can impact one person in the way you intend it to, and someone else in the way you didn't intend it to. And so I think it's important to be really careful about changes and the details and the wording and just details. I think details are important, and handling change with the community, I think just as much transparency as possible and getting involvement from as many people as possible is really important.
And what was your second question, Frank?
So what would make me good?
Yeah, anything else you want to tell us about yourself?
I don't know. I'm really awesome. No, I mean, I just think I would be great. I'm really excited about participating in the community. I thought this would be a good place for me to start getting involved. I just really I love Woodstock. I plan on being here forever. So I want to be involved. And yeah, and I think I have the skills for this position. I know a lot about contracts. I know a lot about real estate. I know a lot about historic buildings. So research, I just feel like I would be a good fit.
Frank, do you have anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, and on the same question that I had before for the other two, when you find an issue or an item that you might initially disagree with, and you're interested in possibly advocating change, how do you go about that?
So, you know, it's interesting because I also grew up in Los Angeles and never thought about getting involved in anything. And then we lived in a small town in Maine, and I did get involved, which was never part of my life previously. But you realize how, like, you need to. And because a lot of people don't know what's going on in a community. A lot of people don't vote. They just like let everything go. They'll just complain after the fact. So in my last town, I got involved when some zoning changes were going to take place in the center of town that would have had a major impact on the town forever. And most people didn't know, like they didn't understand what was going on. And so, you know, a handful of us got involved and just kind of put the word out there, did a petition against the changes. It went to a public vote and the town voted it down. And it saved the town from really completely changing. And so I think like getting involved is important, getting people involved that are in the community. You guys just made a change to the allowing private parties on the green with, you know, different details. I don't like the idea of private parties on the green. I put a notice on the listserv saying, how do people feel about this? Like, am I the only one? Like, I don't, you know, but I got so much feedback saying, you know, I don't like this about it, or I don't like this about it. So I've made a petition. We'll see if it gets filled out for it to go to a vote. So that's how I've gotten involved in my local community.
About that?
Sorry?
Have you talked to anybody on the trustees or Eric or anybody about that? Just continuing on your answer about
the petition, about
the ordinance or anybody that voted for it or the process or anything like that?
Well, I read the amendment, I guess you would say, and I talked to Charlie about the process, and he referred me to the state about how to do the petition correctly, and that is what I did. I followed their guidelines.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody have any other questions? Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move on. I'm sorry, Frank, did you have something?
That was Frank. So
Oh, okay. Okay,
No.
How do we ask a question?
we're not taking any questions for, do you have something? We're gonna do citizen comments later. We haven't done that yet. Is that,
Oh, okay.
yeah, I'll let you know. That'll be coming up soon.
Mm,
Okay, so
Terrific.
our planning commission interviews. Next up, we've got trustee interviews. We've got 2 people that have applied for the open trustees position. The first one is Lisa Lawler. Lisa, come on up. And just so everybody knows, when people that were interested in, we sent out an application to them. So we've got some basic information from our 2 applicants, and then we're going to be asking them questions as well. So Lisa, how about you start off? We'll kind of do the same thing. Tell us why you're interested, because again, we have a long meeting. So give us about 2 minutes to tell us why you're interested in being a trustee.
I was born and raised, and I've lived in New England all my life, except for the 4 years in college in Pennsylvania, which my grandmother called down south. So I grew up in Connecticut and Maine and moved here. And when my family lived in an island in Maine, I grew up with a very small community, and I really liked that community. I knew people, I knew who they were, they knew me, I knew where to go if I was in trouble. It was a great environment to grow up in. And then 34 years ago, my husband and I decided to move here to Woodstock, the village. We rented first, and then we purchased a home on Maple Street, and we've lived there for 25 years. There's some things that I think are special to me, to this trustee board, that might round it out a bit. I am a senior citizen, and I live on a fixed income. I understand taxes. I have to watch my pennies at times. I know sometimes what are available for extra services. But you know, it's not always easy living on a fixed income. I'm a parent of 3 adult children with significant special needs. They grew up here, they went to school here, and they use this community daily. I'm sure all of you have seen Jessa, Joe, and Ed walk through the village on a regular basis. So I want them to be able to continue to stay here and to have this community in their lives forever. That's my goal. It's a wonderful place for them to be, especially people with disabilities. it's a really great feeling to know that they have friends and people who know them and people who respect them here in the village. And I'm very thrilled about that. I lived through the flood. I lived through Irene. I got flooded. My street got flooded. I got to see firsthand what happens in a village, in a town in crisis. I had 4 feet of water on my street, and you know, stepping out in mud and the problems with mud, the problems with how to clean homes, how to take care of emergency services. I'm sure, Jeff, you remember the emergency services problems that we had. Those are all things that I have an experience with, and I think that I have knowledge, personal knowledge of a community in crisis. I've watched the village change. I've watched generations of people become trustees, become select boards, retire. Seen different things. I've seen different combinations of people, some that work well, some not so well. I mean, I remember one thing that stuck out in my mind was the discussion around merging the town and the village. That went on for a couple of years, and that was quite a discussion. I'm also a part-time employee at Danforth Computer. 2 days a week, I have the view of the whole village right in front of me. So I see things that are positive and negative. I see traffic. I see sidewalks. I see traffic flow. I see tourists and tourism, I think, in a way that not everyone sees when you look right out your window. So those are the reasons. And also, I love this village. This is my home, and this is my home that I've chosen to be my home and my family's home. I have no plans on leaving.
Okay, and we've got some questions. Do you want to start with the first one?
Sure. So Lisa, tell us a little more about how you have been involved in government or other organizations in Woodstock.
I was on the Cannabis Commission in Seton. I am on the EDC Housing Subcommittee. I have been working with affordable housing. Those are the things that I have for the village. I have done part-time volunteer work here or there, you know, whether it was book stock or glad rags or, you know, those kinds of things, but nothing other than those.
Do you have any time limitations in terms of our kind of schedule?
I don't. I'm a part-time employee, but I also, because of my kids, I have a very dedicated staff of people who can watch them. And so he's actually one of them at my house right now. And you know, occasionally someone gets sick or, you know, whatever, but I plan on.
So how do you think your life will change by being on board, and how would you deal with that change?
I think I'll be more involved within my own community than I've been before. I want to give back to the community, and I feel like I'll be more involved. I'm more in the public sector, which means that people will stop you on the street or can and talk to you or have questions or call you. So you're more involved that way. I think I'm ready for it. You know, at times in my life, I haven't been ready, but I feel now that I'm ready to do this. And a lot of it is giving back to what's been given to me for so long.
Thank you.
Want to take the next question?
No, go ahead. Okay, what are some challenges, and the issues that you see going ahead, that this board will have to deal with?
Well, one of them is already started in short-term rentals. What's the village position? What does the village want to do? Do they want to join the whole Woodstock? I have read some stuff on it, but I know that the process has already started. So I would have to learn quickly a lot of things that have already been going on, and that's a challenge. But you know, the other challenge I think that's coming up is, you know, we've got to maintain our infrastructure, got to be able to be aware of what's going on. Then we also have, you know, the season is coming and how we're going to maintain ourselves within that, helping both the residents and tourists of the village have a good experience or great experience here.
Okay, so being a board member, you may be publicly criticized by residents of Woodstock. Can you let us know how you would deal with criticism and how you would handle that situation?
You know, criticism, when people are talking to you, when people are upset about something, it's about them, and you can't take it personally. You can't say, oh, you know, I did it this way. You have to listen. You have to listen to where people are coming from. This is personal to people. This is their home. This is their community, their job. And you have to learn, you have to listen. And the older I get, the more I learn how to listen. And you have to be able to say simply, you know, I don't know the answer. I'll get back to you, or I'll talk to somebody and have somebody get back to you. I can't always assume I know the answer, but I can listen to what people say. And actually, I've seen Jeff on the street a few times being stopped by a concerned citizen who handles it well. So, you know, you have to learn. You can't take it personally. You know, people are talking to you about something that's important to them, and it's not about yourself, it's about others.
Can you describe a time when you were in a leadership position and an extremely difficult issue came up? What was your role in bringing the issue to a mutual resolution among all parties?
Well, this was a tough one because, you know, I've lived a while. So I decided to tell you about a situation in my home-based program. I've had a program now in place for 30 years, 32 years, and I've worked with hundreds of people, school people, home providers, staff, direct care staff, school, state, you know, one time I had a employee come to me to tell me that she believed the case manager, who I supervised, was drinking on the job. And it was I think she's drinking on the job. And when you drink on the job, that means you have my child in your car, in your whatever. And so I couldn't just rush to judgment and say, you know, you're fired, whatever. I had to gather information from the other employees. I had to also talk to the state. I had to talk to the police. I had to talk to the state about regulations. I had to talk to her licensing bureau. I had to find out and I had to talk to the state employment. I had to find out what exactly can I do in this situation, because I can't just say you're fired because you've been drinking, you know, just whatever. And so eventually, gathering all that information and getting my employees to really discuss their concerns and what they felt, hearing that they weren't comfortable, I sat down with this person in a difficult conversation, and rather than admit she had been drinking, she quit on the spot. And that way she protected her license, which changed things for me because I didn't have to follow through with some things I really didn't want to do. So, you know, we got together as a group and processed it, all our people, but it's a lot to have your public life aired. My private life aired in public, but I felt like that was a situation that I really had to make the final choice on it. And I'm glad it turned out the way it did, and I'm glad my kids are safe.
Frank, do you have any questions?
Okay, Frank.
Lisa, I just have one, since you guys asked a lot of the ones I was thinking of asking. That's that same one about how do you handle change? How do you successfully handle change?
Well, change can be difficult. It can be easy. You have to be able to listen to what people say about the change, because, you know, at times you have to admit you're wrong. At times you have to accept change and learn to make a difference and make that change. Sometimes, you know, change is easier, but, you know, I've learned over life that, you know, you grow when you change, or you change when you grow, however that works. But, you know, sometimes changing is difficult. Sometimes you really have to listen and make accommodations. And sometimes when I'm right, change is easy. So, you know, you can look at it either way.
Frank, do you have anything else?
No, thanks.
And I'm actually going to follow up on change questions. So Because change is one thing when it's in your own life, but when it's an entire village of 900 people, everybody who has 900 different opinions.
Right.
And you have to come to a decision, and you can listen and listen, and you can spend 6 months listening and then make a decision, and people are still not going to be happy. So how do you manage that for yourself? Because sometimes you have to go home and just take a breath, but how do you deal with that publicly?
My husband is a union negotiator, and he used to say, and when you're done with a negotiation, if no one's happy, you've been successful. And so you just have to be able to do the best you can, but the trustees have the experience of working with each other. And while I haven't been in this kind of environment, I know that you know, there are minds or people who have ideas, and you can talk to other people in private and in public to finally come to a decision. So, I mean, individually, I think it's better that a group works together to make a decision in this kind of a situation. Whether it works or doesn't work, it's just, I think it's more of a group. Individually, I think it needs to be more of a group, you know, doing your research, looking at it, asking questions, but also the group is really the people that have to make the decision. It's my responsibility if I'm a member of that group.
Great. Any other questions, Jeffrey or Brenda?
No.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next person up is Andrew, how do you pronounce it?
Like shining, hiding.
Heining, okay, Andrew Heining, come on up, please.
Hello, my name is Andrew Heining. I've lived in Woodstock for about 3 years now. We actually live right across the street from Lisa on Maple Street. And I just want to make clear from the outset that my presence here is by no means a referendum on Lisa's performance or anything. I know that she ran for the open position, and she's a wonderful neighbor, a smart woman, and I'm grateful that she's here. But a little about me, I'm a career journalist. I have about 20 years experience with newspapers. We moved here to Woodstock, my wife and I, because we were looking for change. We were looking for a bit of fresh air and space, and I'm interested in joining the board because I love living here. I love being of service, feeling like I'm making a difference. So happy to answer your questions.
Jeffrey, you want to start it off?
Yeah, first one. So Andrew, I saw you at the annual meeting. Have you attended? I haven't noticed you at any of our regular trustees meetings.
Right, only probably when we first moved here by Zoom, it was during the pandemic, but other than that, no.
Yeah. Okay, and let me ask you, one goal of this board is to get more involved in the community above and beyond just attending monthly meetings. Do you have the time to attend other committees' meetings as well as the time to attend this board's, to do research outside the board and report back, and attend special meetings above and beyond the 2 scheduled meetings, one scheduled meeting per month?
Yes, yes, I do. I'm in a bit of a career transition at the moment. And so this is my effort at trying to feel more connected to the town and the village. And so, yeah, I do have the time and the desire to do that.
Thank you.
Brenda.
What are some challenging issues that you see coming ahead for our board to deal with?
I think that the fundamental challenge, as was kind of alluded to earlier this evening, for the village is balancing the needs and desires of the permanent full-time residents and this huge influx of visitors that we have. My wife and I moved to Woodstock because, as so many others, we were passing through from Killington to Boston, and we stopped here because of what it is. And so that's more broadly, but more specifically, I appreciate the discourse ongoing now about short-term rentals. That's something that my wife and I have explored. We bought our house fully intending to fix it up. It was split into 2 two units at the time, and so that's something we're wrestling with. But also, one of the things that's important to me is issues of transportation and infrastructure that impact us all. We don't all drive cars. We do all walk places where we are pedestrians, and that's something that I would like to kind of put my weight behind also.
Okay. So question we asked Lisa, by being a board member, you may be publicly criticized by residents of Woodstock. Can you let us know how you would deal with criticism and how you would handle that situation?
I have a bit of experience with criticism. Working in a major newsroom, we were often the recipient of some pretty hefty criticism and from the highest office in the land even. And the executive editor there is famous for saying, "We are not at war, we are at work." And so I love that notion that we as members of the village, residents and the board members, we are working together to try and make this place what we can. So how would I deal with it? I think it's important to impersonalize, to know that, you know, though we may disagree that about a certain issue, we are all trying, everyone, even the person who is criticizing the decision of the body, is trying to, you know, see this town, this village, be as good as it can be. And so how do I handle it? It's not letting it bother me. I mean, I've experience with that, you know, people were saying all kinds of terrible things about the work that we were doing in our journalism, and none of it is true. But it just, what kept us going, I think, was knowing that what we were doing was trying our best, trying to inform, to serve, and that's what I would do here as well.
And what publication did you work for?
Washington Post.
So the trustees vote and advise on the annual budget. What would be your budget priorities?
Good question. It kind of goes back to balancing that I talked about, the balance between the residents and keeping Woodstock what it is for visitors. So you're correct that I don't have a whole lot of experience with the goings on of the Board of Trustees, but I'm happy to learn and to kind of apply my experience to the issues as they come up. So, but more specifically, I think it's important that we have this gem, that we take care of it, take care of our sidewalks and roads and public spaces, such that, you know, we leave it better than when we found it.
Great. Frank, I'll let you have the next question.
Yeah, sorry. Did we already ask if you attended any meetings? I did not hear that.
We did.
Yes, and he said that he attended some when you first got here.
And this annual meeting as
Yeah,
well.
and then the village meeting day.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks. All right, well, let's go to my change question. How do you successfully handle change?
It's a good question. I think the way to approach it in this kind of realm is to know that we are just stewards of this village. We are not personally attached. That the work and the outcome of what is done here is for the greater good. And so how do I deal with change in that way? I think we have to embrace it. I think we have to listen to our constituents, and just kind of make sure that we're not putting something aside just because it's new or different. To always be open, to be thoughtful, considerate, and apply our experience.
Frank, anything else?
Thanks. No.
Okay.
No, Jeffrey asked a question, previous candidate, about any experience in government, I believe. Jeffrey, if you need to elaborate, please.
No, well, yeah, that's, I was asking involvement in any local government.
One of the perils of the job is that we were expressly prohibited from serving, in an interest of remaining unbiased. I didn't let that stop me from serving, for nonprofit causes that I believed in. So when we lived in DC, in the DC area, I was a Washington Area Bicyclist Association bike ambassador, just serving in that way, helping to bring people on board in that way. Served my church at various times in the past, and I'm forgetting another one, but yeah.
A follow-up question.
Oh, yeah, please.
So one other question.
Thank you.
Are you done, Frank? I guess Frank's done. So
Yes, sir.
there's only one open position. There's two of you. If you don't get this position, there are some other openings serve the town and village. Conservation Commission, there's something else that's still open, I believe. Would you be interested at all if that was a possibility?
Certainly, I'm willing to entertain any of those. Yes.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, did you?
No.
Okay. And I just want to do the same thought that I did with Lisa from Frank's question about change. So again, change personally, professionally is one thing. And as a journalist, it's one thing, you put things out there and then people criticize, but here when they criticize, you either have to make changes or you have to say, this is the decision we've made and this is what we're doing. How would you manage sort of with that process? And maybe you had something similar with biking in DC, because Lord knows those rules change constantly.
I don't have a whole lot of experience with folks coming to me and saying that they're upset with changes that I've made, except, in the newsroom, I was kind of at the center of the hub, and we call it the hub. And when the time came to make changes to our processes, I often was the one who folks came to vent at, and that, it's all right. It's okay. I can take it and personalize it. I don't know if I'm answering your question well. Feel free to
No, that's
follow up.
okay. Maybe a better way to get, just because we got more responsibility, like if you've seen in government organizations, because that's really what you covered, when they made change and then there was pushback, have you seen ways that you prefer over other ways?
I think pushback again is inevitable, and I don't think that is necessarily a bad thing. I think Lisa alluded to that. Pushback, it's all right. I appreciate that we are in a small village, and you're going to know the people who are perhaps upset with your decisions. That's all right. I come from a large family. We don't always agree, and that's just part of life. So I'm okay with it.
Greg, do you have any other questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, Brenda?
Good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming. So now we're gonna go, I believe, into executive session to discuss appointments. We can go into the back room and then bring.
Yep, just want to mention one VSA 313.
Say it one more time.
One VSA 313.
One VSA 313. That is how we are going into executive session because we're discussing appointments. What will happen now is the four of us will go into the back room, try not to listen through the door, and we're gonna bring Frank in on another room, and then once we're done discussing, we'll come back.
Office out there.
Or would you say?
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Okay. Are you bringing your laptop?
Bring mine, yeah. Nikki, can you send me and Frank into another room?
No, I thought. Oh, he might. I'm going through.
One that's, there's two. What influence? Did they say, there's a, so.
Yeah. I oh, I knew that. Your old bear.
Yeah, I'll show you. It's just pretty funny. And the what's there? And it was okay. Here's the right. Yeah.
They make me so happy. They are, and you're like, look, I'm a little lady. You take a bite of your,
At least Leonard.
we're done, right? Can I go home?
It'll be here till 2 AM at the rate we're going.
No. Honey.
Ready?
Yeah, okay, so we are back and hopefully Frank will be back soon as well.
So,
Jeffrey?
yeah, so first of all, I'd like to say that the four of us felt that we have two really well-qualified candidates, both of the candidates. And we really appreciate that we're in that position. That being said, nominate Lisa Lawler as the next trustee for the open position on the board.
I second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Lisa, congratulations, and thank you so much, Andrew. We would like to get you involved in something. I will be calling you soon.
And Eric, you tell her about being.
Yeah, so Lisa, we'll touch base. We'll have the village clerk swear you in as soon as possible.
And then I'll call you in all of the things. I hope you're a fast learner. Okay, we'll start with that. Okay, and then as Eric mentioned earlier, with the planning commission interviews, the same people will be interviewed by the town select board next week, and then at our joint meeting on the 17th at 5 o'clock.
Yep.
We will go into executive session then and make our decision on that with the select board because it has to be approved by both. Okay, next item on our agenda is citizen comments. We do have a lot of stuff on the agenda tonight. So it asks that this be citizen comments on things that are not on the agenda. The items that are on the agenda, we will have time for citizen comments at that point. So are there any citizen comments on something that is not on the agenda?
I don't see any.
Nobody online?
Not currently.
Going once, going twice?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to get my, okay, in that case, we will move on to additions and deletions from the posted agenda. Eric?
Yep, so we're just gonna delete, under discussions, number 3, short-term rental ordinance discussion. That will be held after the presentation by the planning commission. And then just so everyone's clear, there'll also be a similar presentation, the select board meeting next Tuesday, and then for short-term rental discussion by both boards on the Wednesday following that.
That's the 17th at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay, there are additions or deletions in the agenda? Okay. Next item on the agenda is the manager's report.
So a few things. Once again, I just want to thank DPW Public Works for the work again with another storm we had last week. Ideally, this is the last storm, but they were out there, I think for 20 hours. And then we're able to go into the village and do some snow removal the following night to make sure those was for the weekend, knowing we had a lot of tourists coming in for the eclipse. Just want to thank them again, and hopefully this is the last time I have to thank them for a very long time for doing any snow removal. Next, I'm still working through FEMA reimbursement from the flood over the summer. We're kind of on the next steps where the applications are with FEMA. Now they come back and ask for more information, so I'm still going through that process as well. The village audit should be completed this Thursday. The town audit was completed last week, and so they're finishing up the village this week. Once we have the village and the town audits, we'll send them out to both boards and then schedule a time for the auditor to come in to questions and kind of give us an overview on financials for the last fiscal year. Next, we have confirmed after many months of issues, July 5th this year will be the fireworks show for Woodstock. We were unable to do it on July 4th due to the firework company being booked out. So the school worked with us to find a time on July 5th, which is a Friday. So we're hoping we'll have good attendance and have people be able to come out and enjoy themselves as always. At the high school, yes, the normal band as we have in the past. So hopefully just one day afterwards, but it should still be a good time.
Is it the same fireworks company?
Yes. That we used in the past.
Well done.
Have we talked to them about July 4th in the future?
We're in those conversations right now. I think I don't want to speak out of turn. My assumption is they got bought up. The company we used in the past got bought up by a larger company. And what they've done is gone around and offer long-term contracts on bigger municipalities to make sure that 2026 people have the July 4th booked already. So they have some staffing issues. So we're going to try to get July 4th for next year and the year after. We'll also get other alternatives if we can't have them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for working on that. I know it was fair.
Next, I'll be attending a conference in Boston the next 3 days, put on by ICMA, kind of talk about the future of AI and government. So I'm excited to see what that can hopefully work for Woodstock in the future. Finally, last week, I hosted Municipal Managers Solution Summit at the Woodstock Resort. So I want to thank the Woodstock Resort, Mascoma, the EDC, VC3, and Eagle Pixel for sponsoring the event. We had 20 municipal managers from the Upper Valley come for 2 days of conversation. I will have a report for both boards in the EDC later. We got very positive feedback. Some of the things we heard from one person was they learned more in those 2 days. They learned in 2 years on the job. 3 people said it was the best event they've been to as a municipal manager. A lot of them recommended something similar for select board and trustee board members. So we'll look into that as well. But it was really good to get 20 people in a room and start talking. Normally you have these events and you go for a break, people kind of separate. People would not leave the tables. When I forced them to go out for lunch, they all went to Monterey together, sat down and kept talking. So it was a very positive event and we hope to keep doing it in the future.
Thank you for putting that together.
Yeah. I learned a lot. Yeah. I have a lot of notes that I will be talking about in my presentations next month.
Right.
So many ideas.
Great. All right.
That's great. And I was gonna try to do a summary of how much money got brought in by the conference. I couldn't pull this together, but somewhere between $5,000 to $9,000 probably spent in Woodstock over those 2 days based on the conference. That's it for the general reports. Any questions on that? Financial report, so I apologize, you got it late. We tried to instill rules and I'm the first one to break them, so I apologize. But kind of high level, if you look at the end, we're kind of 51.37% through our budget. We're about 3/4 of the way through the year, so that's pretty positive. Revenue looks pretty good for the most part. We're still kind of trailing in moving violations for police. But planning and zoning over budget already, fees and permits in green over budget. So looking pretty positive.
Over revenue.
Or revenue budget, yeah, sorry.
Do you have any idea about the moving violations that you just mentioned?
No, we
why
can't.
there's such a discrepancy?
We can ask Chief Swanson when he comes on for his update.
I actually have a question for you.
Yeah.
From your general report. Now that hopefully the highway guys are done with snow, we hope, what is their next 2 months? What are their priorities?
Yeah, so cleaning up, so we'll be grading the streets, making sure, we had, as everyone knows, we had a really weird weather winter, so there's a lot of potholes and ditches on the dirt road, so they'll be cleaning up that. It'll be prepping the village for spring. If you notice, as you walked in, they replanted grass in front of Town Hall. So we'll be doing stuff like that and kind of just clean up after the winter and preparing for the spring and summer.
Do we have a timeline for the High Street paving?
We're getting quotes now, because it's ARPA funds, we make sure we go through certain procedures. But once we have the quotes and they're ready to go, then we'll go with it. I believe we have 2 quotes, if not 3, but I know we have 2 solid ones.
Mm.
And we're at the same time, we're getting quotes for the sidewalks as well.
Thank you.
And is that the same with the bridges? Is that gonna get quoted out or are they just gonna do it in-house?
Same thing, yeah, they'll be quoted out to a contractor, yeah.
And then the question that we get asked every year, when does restriping happen?
I'll get a date for you on that.
I should have asked that earlier, sorry.
That's all right.
New process and all.
Yeah, that's as soon as possible, weather permitting
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Trustees, do you have any questions about the general report or about the finances?
No.
Frank, do you,
I don't see. No,
oh, Joe is on the call.
doesn't call yet.
Did you have a question for Joe?
Well, it was about, yes, the moving violations. What would, Joe, how could they be so far behind what we estimated they would be at this point?
Are you talking about revenue?
Revenue, yeah, revenue, yeah.
Yeah, so Chief, you probably don't have it in front of you, but
The only thing I think of is the seats. They longer spend driver's licenses for lack of payment, so maybe fewer people are paying their tickets. But I mean, I know we're writing them, so.
Are you writing them at the same pace as that is in the past, recent past?
I think
Chief, you're breaking up. We can't really hear you.
We'll ask you these questions when you're back. I think we'll ask you these
Okay.
questions when you're back, Joe, because we're having trouble hearing you.
And Frank is on. Frank, do you have any questions about the general report or the finance report?
No, I don't.
Thanks. So with the police chief report? Are we gonna try with Joe?
Yeah, Joe, you want to try one more time? See if we can hear you. No, it's not working, Joe.
Do we just try to call him on my phone?
Yeah, but no one else can hear you.
Oh, that's right.
I'll the chief write a memo up of what he's gonna say and send to the trustees.
Okay. Can you let him know that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, then, so we'll get something from the police chief. Joe, we're gonna, Eric's gonna have you write up a report later, because we can't hear you very well.
Okay, very good. I will email it.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Okay, next item on the agenda. Oh, thanks. Next item on the agenda is permits. First one is a banner permit for the plant sale. Is there anything to talk about that? Come on up.
Hi there.
Hello.
I'm Tracy Phillips on behalf of the Woodstock Garden Club. We're requesting a permit to hang the banner, 3-by-6-foot banners on either end of the village green a week before the event. The event is Saturday, May 25th. Happens, it's our 30th year. They do it every year. Highway Department puts it up. Straightforward, just advertises the sale 1 week.
Okay, so the 17th through the 25th, and then your events on the 25th. Okay. And you know that, well, there will be at least an overlap of one day where.
Well, I didn't think they would I didn't think they would take it down on the Saturday, so the sale's on the Saturday, but I don't think.
Oh, yeah, no, I was gonna say there are gonna be banners around the green. But
Oh, that's
you're okay. Okay, those, the high school banners go up on.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then the next banner doesn't go up till the 27th, so it's all.
That's fine.
Do you have any questions?
No, I would move that we
Wrap up.
allow the permit for that time period.
I second.
Okay. Open it up for discussion. Frank, do you have any questions or concerns?
No,
Okay, thanks. Any public, comments about the banner?
Public comment about the garden club event. It's wonderful every year.
Thank you.
It's lovely. And so are the cookies.
Thank you.
Okay, in that case, since the motion's been made, all in favor of approving the permit for May 17th to the 25th for the Woodstock Garden Club, say aye. Aye. Great.
aye.
Ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you so much. Next, we have a couple of parade permits. The first two are from the American Memorial Day Parade and the Veterans Day Parade.
I'm Jerry Blakeney, the commander at Oral E. Paul Post 24 here in Woodstock. We'd like to have a permit approved for our Memorial Day Parade to honor our fallen veterans and forgive them on giving us the freedom that we all have today. Same with the Veterans Day Parade, which is November 11th at 11 o'clock.
Can you walk us through what the route is gonna be for that?
We start at the elementary school for the Memorial Day Parade.
Yeah, so let's start with the Memorial Day Parade.
We start at the elementary school and we march to the Legion building. And then we do a little service there and then on to Tribute Park and we do a little service there. And then we stop by the little brook, the creek there. We do a little service there.
Pleasant Street.
Yeah, I think at Pleasant Street. And then we turn left on Elm Street and we go to the courthouse and we do a service there and then we end back at the elementary school.
So do you walk across the green from Elm then?
No, we actually go the opposite direction to the
Okay, so
courthouse.
you turn left
Yes.
and then go around. And about how long does that take?
An hour and a half.
And I assume you started talking to the police about
Yes.
everything? And who else is gonna be in the parade?
We have some reenactors. We have a couple Jeeps that drive some of the older veterans. We have a tractor and a wagon from Billings Farm. It's gonna have a lot of the older veterans that can't march. And we have usually I think we have the Boy Scouts too, along with the Girl Scouts.
Okay,
So there's basically no change.
Right. We just shorten the route because a lot of the veterans are getting older.
and the little kids don't do too long.
Right.
As somebody who's walked with a 7-year-old. Are there any questions, Frank?
No.
Okay,
And then I move that we accept the permit for the Memorial Day Parade as presented.
okay, is there a second?
A second.
Are there any, is there any public comment? Okay, any discussion amongst the board? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 The ayes have it. The motion passes. One down, one to go. Okay, so now talk to us about the route for the Veterans Day Parade, please.
The Veterans Day parade is November 11th at 11 o'clock. And we march from the Legion to the courthouse. And as we get up by the green, we actually go the opposite direction again to the courthouse. We have a short presentation there. And it lasts probably about 15 or 20 minutes. Then we back to the Legion.
And so then it's about 30, 45 minutes into.
Yeah, and that particular parade is just the veterans marching.
Okay. And you, again, the Woodstock Police.
Yes.
And will they all be walking, or are you again gonna have some cars to transport people?
No, just marching.
Okay. Okay, are there any questions about this item? Okay, or is there any public comment?
Online.
Online, okay. In that case, I would make a motion to approve the parade permit for the Veterans Day Parade on November 9th, second.
Second,
November 11th.
November 11th,
What did I say?
November 9th.
This is November 9th.
That's November 11th.
Okay, well, it's a different day then. Okay, so the correction, did you get that, Frank? It's November 11th, not November 9th.
It's a Monday.
Got it.
Okay, and I make the motion to approve the permit for Veterans Day Parade for November 11th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is the Woodstock Wassail Weekend. Beth, come on up.
Sorry. Hi there. It's not for a parade, although we heard loud and clear because we have our parade permit already.
Okay.
Granted that in January. This is to host a covered bridge artisan market Friday night and Saturday until 3 o'clock. I think so it would mean closing the road, the section of Mountain Avenue from North Park Street to River Street. And we would host the artisan market that was on the green under the covered bridge as an added. What we've heard from many people is that Wassail Weekend needed kind of some new energy, and we're working diligently on the parade. Have a grant from the EC. I think you'll all be pleasantly surprised with the parade, but now we would like to also do this.
Okay, so this is before on both the 13th and the 14th?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it shouldn't say noon to 4 on the 13th, 10 to 4 on the 10 to 3 on the 4th. Okay, Saturday, I'm sorry, let me go back.
It's Friday night.
Friday night from noon until it gets till 7. Let me just go back and look.
So Friday the 13th.
13th,
And that's what time to what time?
let me go back to my purple.
Do you have your laptop? Show the coding.
The one's on now.
I'll just put mine on.
Thought I had
Yeah.
my head. The permit, and I did not look at it.
You want to see what we've got?
So we have noon to 4 on ours.
Ours says noon to 4.
Yeah, it says 13 and 14 noon to.
Okay, I'm sorry. It should be noon to 4 on Saturday and noon to 7 on Friday night. In order to enhance downtown shopping, we're hoping to encourage merchants to be open also for Friday night.
And so this is
So I would
in addition to what will be on the,
green. On the green will be food and beverages
So the green is just food.
and beverages.
Both nights? Friday and Saturday?
Now, we're working on Friday night. I'm not ready to ask for the green on Friday night yet, but we are working on it.
Okay, so the green is food and beverages, wassail, obviously. And then it's just merchants on the bridge.
Yes.
You started thinking about logistics in terms of like lights on the bridge and all things being up there.
We've talked about, you know, the light bulbs that hang down a little bit, like, that are at Au Comptoir.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. In the bridge.
Is there an outlet there?
Yes.
And will any of your vendors need electricity?
I don't know yet. I mean, this is new. We're coming to ask you, Dave McKay from the Shire is prepared to speak. We have a great committee this year. And this was just one of the alternatives to enhance the weekend.
And have you started talking to Chief Swanson about how traffic would?
I haven't talked to, no, except for we've talked to the chief about Saturday. So we haven't talked about Friday night.
You've talked to him about Saturday on this?
Yes.
Okay, and did he?
We closed the bridge for the parade. We closed the bridge because that's where the bus drops people off now, the shuttle.
On River Street.
On River Street. Come over the bridge.
How many artisans are you?
We have to measure, we're thinking 20.
How many did you have last year? 8?
Maybe more than 8, but not, and artisans include Silo and Killington Distillery. So it would be those people as well as artisans. And it may, you know, this is a trial.
Yeah.
People may not want to commit to Friday and Saturday. But we're really going for the European market idea.
Have you talked to the fire chief at all? About any concerns?
I have not talked to.
Okay.
I'm talking to you first, and we will make a list of people to go back and talk with. Prior, you know, certainly by May.
So you haven't talked to the Chief Swanson yet?
Only about Saturday, not about Friday night
Friday night.
or Friday day. I mean, really, we're going day into the evening.
Frank, do you have any questions for Beth?
No, I do not.
I have a comment.
Okay, we will get to public comments, I promise, sir.
There's some rules here.
Maybe.
Do you have any questions, Brenda? Okay, do you have any other questions?
I don't have questions.
Okay. Do you have any, Eric?
No.
Okay. In that case, we'll move on to public comment, Gabe.
Okay.
And
Like to come up?
and Dave,
I'm sorry, Dave, did you want to speak first?
Sure. Yeah. I'd just like to echo what Beth said. What we heard from our guests and what we've heard subsequently, I'm on the committee that Beth has convened, was disappointment in the experience in the last couple of years. It just hasn't had the joy, the fun, the excitement. And we think that having an artisan market on a quintessential landmark like a covered bridge with fairy lights, hanging down below and people able to walk over would just provide like a wonderful quintessentially Vermont experience. And as Beth said, we're trying to emulate the experience of the European Christmas markets and provide that level of intimacy and fun and joy. And I think, it's one of the Woodstock signature events, and the extent to which we can make it memorable and something that people really want to focus on. And because, oftentimes you'll see in various publications that Woodstock is like the #1 place to go for Christmas festivals. And unfortunately, I don't think in the last couple of years we've necessarily lived up to that experience. And I think this might be a way to help accomplish that.
Burr, can you tell us your name?
Gabe DeLeon, resident, citizen. I think what Dave is essentially saying is that we're trying to advocate for the village to allow for this artisan market to take place during Wassail underneath the covered. Underneath the covered bridge, and I think it would enhance the experience for the town. As Dave mentioned, we have fallen short of late in the Wassail festivities. I can remember being here before I even moved to this town and participating in Wassail, and it was a much better experience. I think this would enhance it. It would add a little bit of pizzazz. I don't know if that's the word you would use, Dave, but it would certainly be more aesthetically pleasing, and would add a little bit more to the entire festivities. I think we have to add a little bit more interest to the Wassail weekend, and this would be one way to do it.
Yeah, I would echo that. This past year, I know that the artisan market experience, unfortunately, due to the weather conditions, folks were walking around on the muddy green among plastic tents, and that's not. I feel like the aesthetic, the experience that we really want to provide folks when they come. It's not what they're hoping, I think, to experience.
I asked a question. I know Billings Farm wants to say something, but are you gonna have something replacing the artisans that are currently on the green to make sure that's still filled up, or is that?
Make sure she's got a microphone.
Oh, yeah.
We hope to enhance what goes on the green. We're gonna have the cafe. We will have food vendors, just not the artisans. We really want them with the special lights and but we have the bonfire, the music. We're working with the Rotary Club closely. They are on the committee to, again, just make it a special experience.
Richer, fuller experience for.
Here, you go.
Billing.
Look at that one, Jeffrey, please.
Okay, let's take some public comment. So there's somebody.
Billings Farm Museum.
Go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my call. I thought this was important enough topic that I'm actually on vacation in Florida right now, but I wanted to join my fellow committee members, Beth and Dave, who I just wanted to comment that since the last Wassail parade, there has been a lot of energy and enthusiasm around how to really create a memorable experience for the visitors of Woodstock, or visitors that come to Woodstock specifically for Wassail. And Beth and Dave and I are on a committee with many other citizens from all different areas, and we're all really working together to collaborate on how we could really enhance this experience. And so I wanted to give you that information because I think it's important to know that there is support from all areas of the community, from the horse people to Billings, of course, who's going to support in any way that we can to enhance this experience, to people that work in the shops, people that own B&Bs. And so we're really committed to making this a really classic event that is professional, that is really what people, when they come here, as Dave said, making it memorable. And so I offer that just so you know that there is support all around to make this a really fantastic, but classic and classy event for Woodstock. Thank you.
Are there any comments in the room?
Yes.
We'll take comments in the room.
Hi, Andy Caffrey. I am not on the committee, but I think it's a great idea. My wife and I live at 50 in the Green, and so the back of our house overlooks the bridge. And I think it's a terrific idea. And this use has been done in the past. Charlie Shackleton had his naked table luncheon out there several years, and that was a big success, and it shut the road down for less time than this will be. But I don't see that being an issue, so I'm all for it.
Is there anybody else on Zoom? Go back and forth.
I don't see anyone.
Oh, is there somebody on Zoom? No? Okay. Anybody else in here? Yeah?
I'll just make a quick comment. Ben Pauley, a Woodstock resident. I think the idea is awesome. I would challenge, I do want to see more of it. I'd love to see it every weekend. And the only comment I have is really, it sounds magical and I love the idea. My only concern is it's going to be too successful and the bridge is going to be too small. And just curious, have you thought about having everything on the green and being able to have everything in one spot? Kind of true Christmas markets, everything's mixed. It's artisan district, it's gifts and everything. I'm just curious about your thoughts on that.
Sure, I could let Dave answer, or, this is the beginning. So we have 20 or whatever vendors under the bridge this year and are successful. We thought if we can capture the energy of the committee going forward, we talked about maybe being able to create not permanent structures, but wooden structures on the green. I don't know if anybody's been to the Yarmouth Clam Festival. It's a whole different experience. Kind of crazy.
Her kids are live there.
But anyway, what did I say? But anyway, the Clam Festival, the town created a semicircle of structures that are put up on the week before the Clam Fest and taken down the week after, and everybody has a wooden structure and everybody's assigned, and it's, it's semi-professional and looks good. And so I think that going forward, maybe we could consider that, but let's see if this is successful. And if anybody'd like to join the committee, we'd love to have you, or if there's a carpenter out there for going forward for the next year, that would be great. But I think this is the beginning.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that. So if any of you have been to Europe during Christmas season, like they have extraordinary Christmas markets and it really captures the essence of the season. They have they have wooden market stalls that are beautifully decorated. It's very intimate, it's very romantic, it's very charming. And that's kind of the vibe and the experience that we want to replicate. I mean, I really think that Woodstock should be the best place to experience that in the United States. This is a somewhat random aside, but one of the things that we want to do as part of next year's WASL is to ensure that music becomes part of the experience. And we're really working hard to make sure that that is part of the parade. And also, as the Shire, we're going to be handing out, this is conceptual right now, but I'm pretty sure it's going to happen, but about 500 handbells to kids along the route and other people along the route. And a sample of them just arrived today. And so you can hear, that's kind of the experience that we want to bring, that everybody can participate in, that it has that sense of joy and fun and, quintessential Currier and Ives vibe. As Michelle said, that experience is going to be classic and it's going to be classy, but it also needs to be memorable.
Is there any other public comment? Yeah, come on up.
I'm Carol Cunningham and I'm a resident.
I'm kind of representing the Rotary Club. We do work with the chamber for the Wassail event. I think this all sounds exciting. I have attended the first committee meeting, at least for me, this last week or so. I just think it's going to make it that much with more pizzazz. So that's all I have to say. I don't know any of the.
No fun, Jim, Eric,
Not that I see, no.
come on up.
Susan Fuller, town resident. I'm glad that you support that for going right by your house. And I just want to give my support to this because I have a short-term rental and I have had guests come the last couple of years and felt that it has been more disappointing than they had in the past. And I don't like to have people come and be disappointed in Woodstock. I've been here forever. And I know that one of the complaints that people had, and I can't remember at what meeting was, that people were photobombing and going into the bridge and lying down. Well, this will stop that because the artisan thing will be set up, so we won't have to worry about the traffic going through and running over those selfie taking people.
I'm Chip Orchid, living here in town. Chip Orchid. Okay, I know I can you hear the bells. There's a big problem with the horses going by. I'm listening to the parade. And bells, some horses don't like bells. Some do. But it's very dangerous. They get a horse spooked, he'll go and, you have to get the crowd to be away from the parade. This past year, they were too close. And I don't know if they had because of not enough people helping them or what. But sometimes it was very close. Somebody was gonna get hurt. But they have it, bells, it's a nice idea. But you gotta think of the safety of the, so like I say, some horses love it. They'll even play them. But the kids ringing the bells, and some of them won't even realize where they are. I mean, some of them will almost go out onto the road, and that's what happened last year. So I saw things too dangerous. That you need more helpers, volunteers, and stuff to control the crowd, and plus making sure that your horses are horses that people have, the carriage horses to be in the front and nothing in between, because you try to control the horse when you get people not paying attention. If you have the carriages going through and the other people behind them, make it a lot safer. And but I've been around horses all my life.
Thank you.
I know this.
Any other public comment about the bridge?
Billings Farm has a.
Thank you so much for that very helpful reminder of animal welfare. Of course, that is top of mind, specifically not just for Billings horses, but for all horses, animal welfare, and the parade being safe for participants to enjoy is top of mind in this committee. We have 4 well-known horse people on this committee helping us make these decisions. This permit that we're looking for is not for the parade specifically, so I think maybe this conversation might be out of scope for this evening, but I would love to continue that conversation with anybody, connect them with any of the horse experts that we have. But top of mind is animal and people safety for the parade.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on June, Eric?
I don't see any now.
Okay, any other comments about the market on the bridge? Okay, trustees, we'll move on to the trustees' questions and comments.
Yeah, I have some comments. Just had to look at you, Gabe. Just what you looked at me.
It's nice being on this stuff.
Yeah. I'm all for this Wausau celebration and parade in particular to be what it once was, because it was so disappointing this year. And being right up front and hearing directly from so many people and watching it, it was almost pathetic. It was disheartening. I've seen every single parade. In years past, they're spectacular, and that's what's brought people back. I think that's the biggest thing that any committee should be concerned with is the parade. And I'm all for the word pizzazz. Pizzazz that makes sense for Woodstock. But the parade is the heart of the Wausau celebration, and that's what needs to be improved, if at all possible. Bring it back to the number of participants that we once had, and increasing music is a wonderful idea. So tonight you're talking about the covered bridge as an element of that whole thing, and that could be fun. But I would caution against thinking of expanding it to something much bigger than that. You have to remember also that in the retail community, Woodstock, every weekend in December is critical to their success in getting through the winter until the busy season starts again. And so having a certain number of artisans competing, no problem. But if you talk about expanding, where you're already talking about expanding versus last year, much bigger than that, I think it would be detrimental to parts of our community. But as far as your plan for limiting it to covered bridge and increasing it to pizzazz, that sounds great, but work on the parade, please, if at all possible.
Do you have any questions about it?
I don't have questions about that.
My question is, I know last year the amount of horses that we had was rather limited.
You have a question on the market, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, we're not on the market. Sorry, okay, excuse me.
No, trying to. You want to finish your thought? You want more horses?
Yeah, I just want to know, like, what's being done about that.
There you go.
Is High Horses still going to? Okay.
No, High Horses has chosen to focus on their mission, which is working with people with that need the services they provide. So they're going back to their mission, and have given us their application form, and we will be working with. We have Jill Helmer, Lynn Tracy, and Phil Warren, as well as Billings Farm on the committee to create to focus on the parade.
Yeah, and I would say also that we're so, as a committee, we are committed to making this a joyful event, and you know, we're looking at bringing in bands, carolers, bagpipes. We really want to bring that sense of joy back to the event so that people come away feeling like this is an exciting event that has the pizzazz that people expected it to have.
So can I say, I think when's the next meeting for the Wausau committee? I think people who have questions or comments about the whole overall, maybe attend yeah.
While we're waiting, Frank.
May 6th at 3 p.m. at the town hall.
Okay, so May 6th, 3 p.m. at Town Hall is the next Wausau committee. So people who have questions or want the parade to be better or different, please
Who would
attend
like to
that.
volunteer?
Oh, to volunteer, yes.
Yeah. Frank, do you have questions or comments about the permit?
I think it's a great idea, you know, like Ben said. I'd like to see, you know, the green filled up first and foremost. And I'd want to make sure that the police and fire department have a plan for safety and getting those people across the street there.
Yeah, that is my biggest concern is the safety, how many people can you have on the bridge at a time? What is the weight limit? What is the?
Fire department.
And then also concern, who's right next to the bridge, who is all about it, so
Yes.
one down.
If it can hold a car, I would think it could hold, or several cars.
No idea. And it's also all wood, so if anybody has a light or electricity, like electricity makes me a little nervous. Any sort of
It's
spark.
got electricity.
No, but like.
The bridge does.
But all inside and, I would just,
I will meet with David Green and with Joe Swanson, to discuss it before, May 3rd, for sure.
Yeah, so I love this. I'm 100% for this, and I love that you all are taking you. Great addition, and I love that you guys are looking at this as, let's try it out and see what happens. Like that's. But I would love to hear from David and Joe before we vote on this, just because I want to know what sort of concerns they have, because I don't know do things back up onto river, or are people parking on people's lawn? I just want to start thinking about this before, and I know these are all details that the committee will go into, but I'd like just a little bit more information. And I think maybe what the trustees can do is we can put together questions that we have, so that between now and the next time we meet, we can have the answers to it. Because I think it's a great idea. I just want to have a little more detail. It makes me nervous. So I want to make sure that David and Joe give us a sign off, and then along the way, and I think you all always do a good job of this, like checking in with us occasionally and saying, hey, this is how many vendors we're up to. This is what we've decided to do with the street, those sorts of things. You all are so good about continuing to have these conversations. So I just want to get some of those questions answered. So let's say by the end of the week, we'll have questions to send to that committee. Any questions that we have about the?
Yeah, I just want to know about things, what you said, the safety.
Okay.
You have tables as well as all those people, the safety issue and crossing the streets. So just to hear from the fire chief and Joe Swanson, what I'm concerned with.
I'd also just add Mark Hunt to that conversation too.
Oh, yeah, Mark. Yeah. So let's say, when do you leave?
4 o'clock this morning.
Oh, okay. And you're back on the 18th?
The 21st.
Oh my goodness, fancy. How about we have the questions to her by the 22nd? Gives you a couple days.
I mean, it seems like Jeffrey's one question is safety, right? So
My biggest question is safety. How many tables are on there? All the specifics of.
And it's
how
fine.
crowded it'll be.
Okay.
And the traffic.
Okay.
Concerns.
Okay, so how about, I'll talk to Frank and our new member. And we'll get some questions to you within the week, Beth, does that work? And then between then and our meeting in. That's the 14th. That's on our agenda to move, we're considering the 21st.
We'll consider a few, yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna be moving that. It won't be on the 14th. We need to move it. That's on our agenda. So we can tell you tomorrow if you need to go home, when that's gonna be. So we'll plan on getting that by the end of the week. I am happy to compile them. And we'll go from there. Does that work? And thank you, everybody. I love the committee. I love the energy. I love the bagpipes. My piper will be thrilled. Okay. So let's move on to the next item. This is the use of green permit for an electric lawn care open house from Sustainable Woodstock. Who's here to talk about that?
They're on Zoom.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's Ginevra. Hey, Ginevra.
Hi, this is Ginevra from Sustainable Woodstock. This is an application for an educational event for homeowners and landowners on electric lawn equipment, where folks will bring their own equipment for others to try, electric mowers, edgers, leaf blowers. And I guess I mean, you have the application, but it's on the 4th of June. For a few hours. We'll probably have some light refreshments, tables. Happy to answer questions.
Is this similar to the one that was at the high school this past year?
Yeah, that one was focused for contractors though,
Okay.
like some bigger equipment. So this is just homeowners, so it's just individual equipment. It's not like huge, vehicles or bringing in big stuff.
Okay, thank you.
And how many sort of pieces of equipment do you anticipate?
Oh, probably like 10 to 12.
Oh. And are these like ride-on things, or is this mostly going to be like push mowers and stuff like that?
Push mowers, just be like, it's what members of my energy committee own at their houses. So just like home scale equipment, push
Okay.
mowers, trimmers, leaf blower.
And do you want us not to cut the grass the week beforehand so you can have a good demo zone?
Yeah, let it go wild.
Yeah.
No, we did this was like maybe like 2.5 years ago that there was a demo for town maintenance folks on the green that Jeff Martin hosted. And the grass was like already pretty short, but people still just kind of checked out the lawnmowers and rode them around in that case because it was riding mowers.
And are you going to need to access electricity on the green?
Nope.
And you said you are going to have refreshments or no?
Yeah, just like, cookies and lemonade sort of thing.
Okay. And you anticipate about 50 people?
Yeah, that's an optimistic estimate, probably like max 50, probably minimum like 20.
And this is a Tuesday, is that right?
Yes, believe so. Yeah, it is a Tuesday.
Okay. Okay, trustees, do you have any questions? Greg, do you have any
No.
questions?
No.
Brenda? Okay, is there any public comment on this application? The 4th of June, Tuesday, June 4th. No further public comment? Okay,
I would move that we accept the motion as presented.
is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor,
Second.
say aye.
Aye.
Frank? Okay, well, it passes because there's 3 of us. Okay. Motion passes. Thank you, Ginevra.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is from the Village Butcher for Sidewalk Grilling Series. Alex is not here tonight. I talked to him. He knows that we generally like people to be here, so we've asked him questions ahead of time. So he's given us answers. If we end up having questions that we don't have answers to tonight, we understand that we might table this until May. So this application is to serve the grill food in front of the butcher shop from April 16th through November 1, Tuesday through Saturday from 11 to 3. And this would be, as he did it last year, he's got a nice little document in here where he would have a small table and a grill up against the street. He will pay for the parking spot that's right there and then block it off. So we'll be getting our parking money, yay. But he'll be grilling up there. He's going to remove the tables and chairs because he knows that it's important that we keep that 5 feet space for people to walk. So that will be open. And of course, he won't do it if it is raining.
When he said Tuesday through Saturday, is that like every Tuesday through Saturday? Last year he was doing like 1 day a week,
Right.
you know?
So what he wants is to have the option of Tuesday through Saturday.
Okay.
Of just picking I'm unsure about what he wants.
Okay, we can table it.
I mean, he might just be saying Tuesday through Saturday, I may be out there one of those
Yes.
days.
Yes,
I
that's what
think
he's
that's
saying.
what he's saying.
But if you want more information, we can table this until May.
I'd like to hear more about it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'd like to hear more about it. I'd also love to urge him to consider including Sunday, which he said he would consider.
Yes.
I would love to urge that because we have been very interested in increasing food service on Sunday and Monday when so many places are closed. And if he could include one of those days, that would be a boon for everybody.
Okay, then I would recommend that we table this until May when Alex or someone from his shop can be here to answer more questions. Okay with you, Brenda? Frank?
Agreed.
And Nikki, can you let him know, please? Next
Yeah, I
item.
can do
Oh, sorry, Nikki, thank you. Next item on the agenda is Pentangle with an application for East End Park. Alita, I think you're online there somewhere.
I am,
There she is.
and I will note that it's now 8:45.
Yes.
Just saying. And we do the same proposal every year.
The people's
Nothing's
business.
different. Excuse me?
I said it's the people's business. We got to hear it all.
Okay, but it's the same thing. We're gonna do 6 concerts at the East End. We're going to store our stage where we did in the past. And with Ben Jury's agreement, we will probably rent porta potties again and store our trailer on his property. So there's nothing really new. Questions?
Trustees, do you have questions for Alita?
You're not changing anything in terms of how you approach the public in terms of donations or
Nope, it's a public space.
how they're met or directed towards parking. Everything's the same.
Well, no, not particularly. I mean, it is a public space and we will do our best to get donations, but that is the idea of, a public park. So ideally, we'll get some sponsorships. And if we don't, I think most of you know, the series is about a $40,000 series. But we feel it's really important to have something that's free and attractive to both locals and tourists. And hopefully this year we can be at the East End and we won't have a flood.
Yeah.
And so you anticipate some food trucks, but that would all be on private property.
We're not anticipating food trucks at all. Ben may want to do that, but no, we're not going to solicit food trucks.
Okay, it's on your application.
Oh, sorry, no.
And then are you doing additional parking or are you just gonna go with the parking that's at East End Park?
Well, now that the yacht club is open, in the past, we've paid the Sunset Farm group for parking, but I don't think we need to now that that organization is open. Yeah, no, we're not going to pay for parking.
Okay, trustees, do you have any questions?
Questions. This is just one of the most wonderful events of the summer. It brings the community together, and it's just fantastic that you came up with this idea to begin with, Alita, and we're all excited that you're continuing it. And I'm hoping that after tonight, it will show up on your website where there's no mention of the summer concert as of yet.
No, we can't put it on the website till you all approve it.
Look at her following rules. Love it.
I'm impressed with you, Alita, yeah.
Can I just say one thing about the whole thing on the, covered bridge? I was part of, Charlie Shackleton's Build the Table, and there must have been at least 100 or 200 of us, and it was the best experience. We built our tables, we moved our tables. I don't know what the weight limit or whatever, but I would just say anything in the covered bridge, it was a magical experience. And I hope that you all support the chamber and doing their Christmas, Christmas whatever.
Trustees, do you have any questions about this application? Frank, do you have any questions about the application?
No, thank you.
Okay, is there any public comment on this item? Anything online, Eric? Okay, trustees, do you have any other comments or concerns?
I move that we accept this application for use of the East End Park as submitted.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, motion carries. Thank you, Alita.
Thank you. Bye.
Next item on the agenda, presentations. So we're going to have a short presentation on short-term rental ordinance. This is a follow-up from the joint meeting that we had with the select board a week ago. And so the way that we'll do this is we collected questions from the audience, from the trustees, from the select board. We wrote up all of those questions, sent them over to the planning commission. The planning commission has answered them. What we've asked them to do tonight is to come and give us the answers to those questions. There's not going to be an additional presentation from that. They are just giving us the answers to the questions that were asked by the public trustees select board. After they've given us the answers, what we'll do is if there are any, we will take about 5 minutes of any questions for the public that have not been asked yet. This is not going to be time for public comment because we have received public comment and we will take more. There will be plenty more time next week. So this is to answer questions. So they will give us the answers to the questions. We'll take 5 minutes for questions that have not been asked. Then after that, the trustees will ask any questions that have not been asked. And then because the trustees have not had a discussion on this, we're going to give ourselves about 5 to 10 minutes of discussion, knowing full well that next week on the 17th, the trustees and select board will be having a larger conversation about this. So this tonight is really about answers to questions that have been asked so that when we go into our discussion next week, we can have all the information that we need. So,
Can I add one more thing?
yeah, please.
We got a lot of feedback over the last week. We tried to put all the questions together. If for some reason we missed a question and when your question is not answered here today, it's just plain oversight on our part of being inundated with comments or questions. So if we don't see your question answered, please reach out to me with the question again, and we'll make sure we answer to you if it's already answered here tonight or on the FAQs.
All right. My name is Benjamin Pauly. I'm resident of Woodstock and the chair of the Planning Commission. So I'm going to read these through. Stephen has them on the board. And as we said at the last meeting, we will post these on the listserv as well. Or post a link on the listserv and post the answers on our website, the zoning administration website. First question is, what are you trying to do with this ordinance proposal? We find that there are both positive and negative aspects of STRs in our community, and we are trying to find a balance for the betterment of our entire community. We believe that to make an argument for or against STRs that stresses no regulation or complete abolishment does not take into account the balance needed for our community. We have heard from people that having an STR allows them to stay in Woodstock to be able to afford the taxes, and we also have heard from people that have lost their housing in the community because of their long-term housing was converted to an STR. We have heard from neighbors who have said that having an STR next to their residence had no impact on their quality of life or experience. While we have also heard from people that neighboring STRs have drastically impacted their quality of life. We have heard that STRs contribute to the local economy and bring in tourism, but we are also aware of the negative impacts of STRs on increasing home and rental costs that exacerbate the ability of workers of our community to live here. And we have heard from STR owners that they are great ambassadors to our community. Well, we have also seen investors coming in and converting long-term housing into STRs. While Woodstock is experiencing a significant long-term housing deficit, we are not making the claim that STRs are in the main contributors of this crisis. This is a much more complicated issue than that. However, we do argue that our existing STR regulations do not address the needs for balance, and we do not find it in our best interest as a community for unchecked STR growth to continue to cause us to lose long-term housing units or greatly affect their attainability. We feel that the proposed ordinance is based on balancing the many positive and negative aspects of STRs in our community. As a planning commission, we are attempting to focus on what is in our purview to help address long-term housing needs of our town. Planning is forward-looking, and we are looking to get ahead of the issues we currently see around our state. We believe an enforceable ordinance with registration caps, limits, is the most effective way to achieve this. Without these components in a new ordinance, we will continue to have an imbalance in our community that will only worsen as time goes on. And we've listed this before, but to find a balance in the ordinance, we looked at these objectives: promote public health, safety, welfare, Woodstock residents and visitors, preserve Woodstock's sense of place, allow a limited number of short-term rentals to contribute to the local tourism economy that does not adversely impact the availability of long-term housing, to balance the needs and rights of property owners and neighbors, and to incentivize the conversion of short-term housing into long-term housing. Question 2 is, how is the limit of 55 owner-occupied and 55 non-owner-occupied STR limits determined? As we started out in the process, we repeatedly stated that we were not looking at eliminating STRs, nor we're looking to have no restrictions. The 110 cap 55-55 split is our best recommendation on finding a balance that we strive to achieve for in our objective. While the cap limits are split equally, it is important to look at STRs that currently exist legally in Woodstock to see our thought process in recommending these limits. In our current STR landscape, the number of non-owner occupied units is significantly higher than owner occupied units. There are about 70 permitted STRs, of which roughly 1/3 are owner occupied and 2/3 are non-owner occupied. We determined that providing a path for existing legal STRs to continue operating was important in the ordinance proposal as part of our finding balance in the objectives of the ordinance. And the cap of 110, which is based on a recommendation to limit the total number of STRs to be 5 to 6% of the housing units in Woodstock, would be able to accommodate all of these 70 existing legal STRs, but focus future growth on owner-occupied units. If all existing permit holders apply and become registered, it would allow for a very limited number of additional new non-owner occupied STRs to fill the cap of 55. For owner occupied, less than 50% of the 55 owner occupied cap would be filled. And by this viewpoint, we significantly restrict the expansion of non-owner occupied STRs, but allow for significant growth in owner occupied STRs, all while allowing existing permit STRs to continue. We see a likely outcome that the cap on owner STRs would not be met in the first year of this ordinance, and therefore not restricting immediate future growth on this group. We do anticipate that the 55 slots of non-owner occupied STRs will fill up quickly and entirely this first year. We also recognize that this proposed ordinance reflects a moment of time. We hope that this ordinance will be looked at again after a year of operating and beyond to see if there are more opportunities to redefine the balance that we are striving to meet. Third question, besides monitoring software, what other expenses are associated with the STR program? You can see from the chart, staffing is $66,000, software $30,000, advertising and mailings $5,300, IT equipment $900, travel for enforcement $800. These are pretty much semi-fixed costs, which we can kind of look at pretty concretely. And then there's some variable costs that we are estimating at $42,000 for legal costs, and that includes legal fees for both planning and zoning. So that total is $145,000, which we see as the minimum amounts that would be needed to be generated by fees to cover the cost of the program. As noted, some of these costs are variable, and we recommend having a higher fee to buffer against potentially these higher costs not being passed along to the general taxpayer. What is the fee structure based on? Our fee structure, fee waiver, and the definitions of what constitutes someone to register for an SCR all take into account balancing several factors relating to cost. Again, at minimum, we look to cover the cost of administering the program, estimated at $145,000. So it's not to increase any further tax burden on the general taxpayer. Any additional income beyond that minimum generated by the fees would be to buffer against variable costs, unknown actual revenue generation, and to further long-term housing initiatives. We have looked at other communities that have enacted strong revenue generation from SCRs to address housing issues. Burlington, for example, has a 9% local options tax that is added specifically to STRs. We acknowledge that there exists a calls for change to lessen the burden on owner-occupied SCRs, but stress that an aversion to risk and the capacity to address long-term housing issues are what need to be balanced out in those changes as this discussion goes forward. For low barrier option for those who wish to help offset their tax burden, we have expanded the definition of an SCR to allow those who rent for less than 14 days per year not to have to apply for a permit and therefore would have no fees. Anyone looking to rent out their unit for more than 14 days per calendar year is required to register for a permit and is considered by the state of Vermont as a business. For context, the revenue generated from SCRs according to the Vermont Short-Term Rental Alliance in Woodstock in 2022 was $7.6 million. And Woodstock received $53,646 as our portion of the 1% options tax, and the state receives a portion of that 1%. That's why it's not exactly 1% of 7.6 million. For all STRs, the maximum allowed times for rent per year goes away. Rural operators in R5 and forestry districts already have unlimited rentals. This empowers STRs to generate additional income for their needs, but also allows them to pay for fees for the administration of the ordinance. For STRs in R5 and forestry zones who do not get any added incentive to rent more because they already can rent unlimited times per year, we proposed a waiver up to $2,000 per year, less a standard $250 registration fee. And just going forward in the discussion, kind of what we've been looking at, the cost difference between non-owner occupied and owner occupied really needs to be based on fair and legal practices. All these ideas were considered for our proposal. As with all public issues, we welcome the continued discourse to find a solution that will work for our community. Our hope is that during this discussion, the importance of an enforceable ordinance that limits the loss of future long-term housing would be at the forefront of any solution. Next question is, why is the penalty lower than the registry fee? The penalty fee is a per offense, while the registration fee is an annual payment. Each day counts as a new offense for the penalty fee, which includes advertising, which would cause repeat offenders to quickly surpass the annual registration fee amount, thus incentivizing them to apply for the registration. Question, do you see any issues with SCR owners being charged fees in both April and August? Under the existing town and village ordinances, all SCRs are required to renew with the fire chief. That's $200 in the village, $75 in the town by April 30th of each year. The boards are welcome to examine a discount for the fee amount if the ordinance was adopted. Question, if all SCRs are eliminated, how much money will the time save? Our answer is the Planning Commission is not advising the elimination of short-term rentals. Question, is there the limit to the number of SCRs that can be in an R5 zone? No. Technically 110 plus the pre-existing would be the limit. There isn't currently a proposed limit on the number of SCRs in any zone, nor is there one proposed in this ordinance. We believe that adding caps per zone in Woodstock adds a layer of complexity and potential unfairness to existing legal SCRs that isn't necessary in our community. We recommended a simpler and more appropriate approach to limiting the negative impact of SCRs by proposing a cap on the total number of annual permits issued. Question, should there be separate regulations for R5 and the rest of the town that is more densely populated? Our answer is the Planning Commission is suggesting a uniform ordinance across the town, village, and all their respecting zoning districts. Having a separate regulation that divided into multiple subcategories as we do in R5 is opposite to a unified approach. Question, how many R5 owner-occupied SCRs are currently registered? There are 5 owner-occupied pre-existing rural SDRs, which is the R5 and Forestry District, that do not have a permit under zoning, and non-owner occupied pre-existing rural SDRs that do not have a permit under zoning. These are the ones that we know are operating. However, because a permit was not required until 2020, there are likely more that have not come forward. Question: what happens to pre-existing rural operators who take a year off from operating? Our answer is, in the proposed ordinance, pre-existing rural operators who terminate their legal non-conforming use will have to apply for a permit. Under the current regulations, they would be required to reestablish use after 24 months with a permit from the Town Development Review Board, which is on page 70 of the town zoning regulations. Question: what happens to the rural operator waiver after 2 years has passed? Our response is, while it was discussed as an option in our previous open planning commission meetings, our current proposed ordinance has no such sunset after 2 years and will remain indefinitely while that STR is in good standing. Question: do any of the select board or trustees own an STR? Do any staff involved in managing the STR processes own an STR? Our answer is, to date, no board member, planning commissioner, nor staff has publicly disclosed. Owning a short-term rental is the prerogative of the appointed and elected officials to disclose and possibly recuse themselves of a discussion and or vote where there is a real or perceived conflict of interest. And I will just say for the note, I do not own an STR, and Stephen does not own an STR. What is the legal justification for limiting non-conforming STRs? 1, zoning bylaws regulate the use of land. According to the Supreme Court of Vermont, STRs are a residential use. A municipal ordinance is more appropriate than a bylaw for regulating activities. And number 2, the Planning Commission believes the non-conforming STRs to be inherently unfair, and part of our intention of this review is to make it a fairer process. Question: does the proposed ordinance supersede the 1973 grandfather law? Our answer is yes. Pre-existing non-conforming use does not exist under municipal ordinances unless the legislative bodies expressly create them. Question: in 2019, there was an attempt to pass a village STR ordinance and a town STR ordinance. If I recall correctly, the Vermont League of Cities and Towns suggested to keep the town STR regulations in the bylaws because the town did not have a charter. Has anything changed since then? Our answer is, while the town still does not have a charter, 24 VSA 2291-29 expressly authorized the adoption of an ordinance to regulate STRs. No charter is needed because it is authorized by statute. Question: if the town and village STR ordinances both pass, will the 2019 village STR ordinance be superseded? Will the town of Woodstock building inspection, code enforcement, and fire ordinance of 2021 be amended to remove town STR references? Will the town of Woodstock zoning regulations be amended to remove section 526 of short-term rentals? And village of Woodstock zoning regulations be amended to remove section 522 short-term rentals? Our response was yes. The current part of the ordinance that deals with STRs will be repealed and replaced with what is adopted. The zoning regulations would be amended to refer people to STR ordinance. Question: what happens if the village ordinance passes and the town does not, or vice versa? Our answer is the Planning Commission is recommending a unified ordinance that applies to both. Our hope is that the town and village both adopt the ordinance, as it is not intended to be adopted by one, but not the other. Question: has an analysis been made of how many of the current STRs can be turned into long-term rentals? The answer is no. We have seen municipalities that have enacted legislation to limit STRs see some of those units converted into long-term housing. While some non-owner occupied STRs have indicated that they would sell their unit if they were not able to operate as STR, it is not possible to foresee what the future use of that unit would be if they were to do so. We feel that limiting the loss of future long-term housing and balancing the density of STRs through the way the registration cap functions are more important metrics of success of this ordinance. It is important to note that we refer to all long-term housing, not just rentals. Question: how will the proposed program to convert STRs to be managed? For answers, there are currently other did I get out of order here, Stephen? Oh, sorry, yep, no. How will the proposed program to convert STRs to long-term rentals be managed? So that references one of the objectives of the ordinance and what the extra money generated from the fees would go towards. So our answer is there are currently other local long-term housing programs operating to look for inspiration. For example, the EDC's Long-Term Housing Rental Initiative Program and the Woodstock Community Trust Local Deeds Program to help workers find affordable homeownership. We believe that investing in long-term housing is essential for our community and look forward to determining what this program could look like if there are funds available. Question, if Vermont's average is 3% STRs, Vermont's average of housing was 3% STRs, why is Woodstock 5 to 6? Why are we recommending that? We recognize that Woodstock is not an average town in Vermont in terms of its STR landscape, and that each municipality has their own unique set of circumstances that would weigh into what the appropriate level should be. We potentially have more STRs than some areas due to our tourism-based economy that can warrant a higher demand and price, thus making it an incentive to operate an STR. Our current permitted STRs make up for 4% of the housing market in Woodstock. Our cap that falls into the 5 to 6 recommended range allows for significant growth in owner-occupied STRs, which was viewed as important to allow owners in long-term housing to offset taxes. Each municipality has its own set of circumstances. For context, Burlington has over 300 STRs, which is closer to 2% of their housing units. Stowe, on the other hand, has over 1,000 STRs, which is over a quarter of its housing units. Question, will Chief David Green still be an enforcement officer? Our answer is Chief Green, along with the municipal manager and village police officers, will continue to serve as issuing municipal officers, meaning they can cite citations. Unless otherwise decided by the trustees and select board, the main enforcement officer, called the STR officer, will be the administrative officer in the planning and zoning department. Question, how will the department identify STRs that do not advertise but have repeat customers and new clients by word of mouth? Our answer is while the software can't pick up word of mouth advertising, we feel that is able to help us enforce and substantially monitor the vast majority of our STRs that are impacting our community. In addition to managing the software, we will have a complaint hotline, which will be monitored by planning and zoning staff. If a complaint is filed by a neighbor, the STR will send a notice to the operator and remind them of our policies and penalties. Question, has the Planning Commission been coordinating with Bridgewater? Our answer is not beyond what is required by law for notice. Each town has the authority to enact its own policies with regards to short-term rentals. Woodstock has no legal authority over Bridgewater's policies, though we can make and share suggestions. We also recognize that each town is unique and may need to address STRs differently than their own according to their own circumstances. And the last question, are non-owner occupied apartments and houses being treated differently? Our answer is no. We have learned that there are many nuances to the many different types of STRs and how people operate them. We do not think adding more complexity to the ordinance by further differentiating types is warranted. That's the end of.
Grab a glass.
Or Brenda wants to.
I do have a conflict. I have 2 short-term rentals.
Thank you. So said earlier, let's go into, we will take 5 minutes to take any public questions that have not been asked yet. Do you have any on Zoom?
Not currently, but we'll see.
Okay. Are there any questions in the room from the public of questions that have not been asked yet?
Andy Caffrey, village resident. There are 2 categories, as I understand it. There are owner occupied and non-owner occupied. Correct? Yep. Among the non-owner occupied, how many of those are used by their owners part of the year? I mean, it sounds to me like you're.
It's not a comment. Do you have an answer, or can you get them? Okay, so that data is not available.
That's right, but those 2 categories seem to reflect an owner occupied property where perhaps
Do
they,
do you have another question? Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions in the room?
Wendy online has a question.
Okay. Wendy, go ahead. Is this a question that hasn't been asked yet?
Yes,
Okay.
it's related to the ordinance moving the process out of the zoning department. I need clarification on so so it's complicated. So by having a municipal ordinance, my understanding is it changes the enforcement potential. But the recommendation of the planning commission is to take the STR regulations completely out of planning and zoning, along with removing the permitting process from what we have now, which is called conditional use. Conditional use involves input from neighbors and a dialogue. So the question is, now I'm hearing that planning and zoning is still enforcing. So my question is, I need clarification regarding municipal zoning versus municipal ordinance and how it impacts decisions on location of short-term rentals. Sorry, that was long, but did I get it across?
So is your question,
yeah.
who's gonna be enforcing the regulation?
No, my question is, I feel, are we losing we're moving the regulation out of planning and zoning? And I heard that it doesn't matter what zone the short-term rental is in. So there's no input on.
Is there, do you have a question?
Yeah, so I need clarification. My question is, what do we lose by having it leave zoning, the zoning department regulations, the consideration we currently have where it's a conditional use?
So you're asking, what is the difference between having decisions made under conditional use in the planning and zoning and having decisions made as laid out by a town and or village ordinance?
Yes, thank you, Seton. I think you stated that well. Thank you.
I'll go up there. Sorry. Okay, I think there's a couple questions that are combined in there. I'll first speak to what do we gain by changing from a zoning bylaw to a municipal ordinance. We gain protection. This is the trend that people are going for the pure reason that the planning commission understood and that council has shared with me and that I've shared with the planning commission, and I'll share further with you guys. It's that the trend is going this way because what zoning bylaws do and zoning regulations regulate land development and uses of land. What municipal ordinances are best at is activities, regulating activities. So like Ben mentioned, the Supreme Court recognizes the leading common law recognizes short-term rentals as a residential use. So it doesn't take much to see that someone could bring forward a case in the near future to say zoning bylaws cannot regulate short-term rentals. So we're getting ahead of that. Much like all of this, before short-term rentals become something that we can't recover from, we're getting ahead of that as well.
So the difference is the zoning currently, and the job of zoning is to regulate land, and ordinances should be regulating activity. Is that
correct? The uses of land.
The uses of land.
Yep. So a short-term rental is a residential use of land.
Okay.
So everywhere where residential use is allowed under our zoning, technically short-term rentals would also be allowed. We're not changing that. We're not saying that they're only allowed in certain areas. We don't feel that that's necessary right now. What we do feel is that the trend legally is that it's an activity.
Okay.
it's a residential use, but as a different activity than, say, a single family home or a duplex. And that's the main reason. We actually gain that protection from having it under an ordinance.
Okay.
Specifically, I think the second part of Wendy's question was about the difference of an administrative approval process and a conditional use of approval process. So it is true that when it comes out of the zoning bylaw, because the majority everywhere in the village and the majority of the town requires a conditional use approval process that goes in front of either the Village Development Review Board or the Town Development Review Board, and that requires notice. Outside of Wendy, I think only 3 other people have attended a conditional use approval process for a short-term rental during my time. So it's a process of going through. And also, just because this is an ordinance doesn't mean that we can't put something in the ordinance just because it's not currently there. It wasn't proposed by the Planning Commission to say, this is how we publish notice or receive comments. That is also something that could be done. A brief example is we could say at the time of application, we publish the applications that we have received. We don't, the names or the addresses, some sort of way. We could do that. That's not currently in here. But if that is a concern, that's something that we could discuss.
Okay.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you, Seton, for consolidating my question.
Okay.
I think
we have another question. Did you have
Yeah,
another
great.
question that has not been asked? Because we're not taking comments at this time, just questions.
do you mean me, Seton?
Yeah.
Well, I guess the question is, with conditional use, there's neighbor input in the permitting process.
So that's a statement, not a question.
No, the question is, will there be neighbor input in the new process? Any, concerns been in the process of the permitting decision?
I think he said right now the current ordinance does not, but that doesn't mean it couldn't be some notice in the future.
So the proposed ordinance does not have that in it right now.
But it could.
It could have any, yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
Drew has a question online.
Drew, you have a question?
Yeah, hi, Drew Reader here. I had
What's
a
your
quick question on the short-term rentals.
What's your name? Sorry, what's your name?
Yeah, who are you?
My name is Drew Reader. I live here in Barnard, actually. My mother-in-law purchased a house on the outskirts of Woodstock in R5 recently, and with the thought of to be able to visit. She's from California, to come see her grandkids in her. Actually, it's my in-laws did to come visit their family out here. With the thought that they would be able to do a short-term rental when they're not out there to help offset the charges. Is there still the ability to put in an application now, since it's a new purchase, before this process goes in, or do we have to wait until?
So currently the town has voted for a moratorium. So the town is not taking STR applications at this time.
Okay. And then what was that? Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Did you have any other questions?
Online or no?
Okay, are there any other questions in the room?
Isn't there currently an ordinance? So how are we moving towards an ordinance?
It's a bylaw right now.
It's a bylaw right now. It's not currently an ordinance.
Oh, wait, we have a,
Yes.
we have an ordinance.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I went online, I reviewed an ordinance that was enacted 2 or 3 years ago.
So all of that's correct. Currently, the village has its own short-term rental regulations in the village regulations. The town has its own in the regulations. They also, on top of that, the village has a short-term rental ordinance, and the town has, as part of its safety and building inspection, also has a short-term rental ordinance. This consolidates those. So we've worked closely with the current ordinances to figure out a way to consolidate those. So what Ben had mentioned earlier in response to a question was that those individual ordinances in the village and in the town would be repealed and replaced with what is adopted from this ordinance.
Thank you. I apologize for speaking. Okay. Are there any other questions that have not been asked?
This is Drew again. I have one more quick question, if you
Yeah.
have time. To follow up on that, so for the 55 that are non-owner occupied in R5, is that the limit still? So it doesn't matter if it's in town or out of town, if it's owner occupied or not owner occupied, it has to be 55 is the max. It doesn't matter if you're in R5 or not R5. Is that correct?
Take that back.
Zone?
Yes, that's correct. So the 55 is the cap on owner occupied, and the 55 is the cap on non-owner occupied, and is not specific to what zone you are in.
Okay. And then finally, has there been any, I know you guys are trying to get long-term rentals out of this and different things. And I know in my situation, that wouldn't be possible because we have someone that comes and stay here probably a quarter of the year overall. Is there any thought to work with? I know there's certain businesses in the area. I know Montvert, some other ones that look to get workers that come in for the summers or different things. Is there any thought to maybe trying to help so that it would make it that these long-term rentals could be for some of those workers or different things where it's not 100% of the time that they're available? Or I mean, because I'm trying to figure out how what other options people have if they're theirs is owner occupied but not full-time.
The answer, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, they have looked into that.
Okay, is there any notes on that? I haven't seen anything on that, so.
Well, if it's 30 days or more, then it qualifies as a long-term rental. So if you were hiring someone working at Montvert for the summer for 60 days.
Gotcha, so 30, so that's thank you.
That's a long-term rental.
That's what clarifies this, okay.
Okay.
I think we had someone in the room and then Wendy.
Okay, yeah, let's take those last two.
I have a question. Okay. Wendy, do you have a quick question?
A question that hasn't been asked
Where,
yet.
yes, it's my question is if, I did not see the, question about unlimited come up. My question is, if it's unlimited rental for one property in a residential area, does it not cross over into a commercial use?
Okay, well, Wendy, you want to try it again? You froze up.
Oh, it froze? Oh.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, the question is, given that the new ordinance has unlimited rental capacity for one house, one owner, does that not cross the activity? Am I frozen again?
No, it's just, I want to make sure that this is a question and not a comment.
How do I, doesn't it become a commercial use in a residential neighborhood?
Does it become a commercial use in a neighborhood if somebody
In a
is
residential neighborhood when it's unlimited rentals?
Under the ordinance and according to the state of Vermont, if you rent it over 15 days per year, they consider it a commercial activity of a residential use.
Okay, there you go. There's your answer. Is the commercial use? Okay, are there any other questions? We need to move on to the trustees' questions.
Are copies of Mr. Pauly's comments available for us?
It will be online in the morning.
Yeah, so it'll be on the zoning department website.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to questions from the trustees. Brenda, do you have any questions? No. Okay. Jeffrey, do you have any questions?
Could you state again the figure? If you have all 110 rented under the dollar figures that you're looking at, although it varies depending on how many occupants there are in each one. So did you take an average to figure out? I don't know how
What
that,
number are you looking for?
I'm looking for a number of what it's likely to be. I heard two different ones when you presented before.
For how much the fees are, or how much is generated?
How much total money is generated?
So, the total generated,
Potential.
yeah. Steve will pull it up. So there are conservative estimates and, less conservative estimates. He'll pull it up, which will show.
What's the difference? How are you figuring out conservative estimate versus the less one?
So, yeah, so, a owner occupied, the number of occupants is considered lower because they're typically smaller units. Owner occupied typically would probably have more occupants because they can tend to be full houses. So there is an average that we used to calculate that. We also thought that owner occupied was not going to fill up because even with all permitted buying and getting a permit, it's still less than half of that 55 number. So I think we did maybe 70% of those permits being filled with a two-person 2.1. Why don't you take it away since you have the numbers?
Yeah. So like all budgeting, what we do is we try and make a really solid estimated guess. The best way to do that is go off of the data that we have. So like Ben mentioned earlier, we have 70 short-term rentals that we currently have permitted through the existing zoning permit. What we did is we took that data and said, how many bedrooms do they have? What is their estimated maximum occupancy without having a copy of their CO? And we said, what is the average amount of occupants per owner occupant? And we found that to be about 3. And then we took for non-owner occupied, and that average was 5. And so we said, let's be conservative here. One, we started from, let's not plan on every single one of these registrations, all 110 being full. Let's think conservatively and say, if 70% of the non-owner occupied and 70% of the owner occupied are taken within the first year, what do we generate? We also took the number of occupancies to say, what if we're off a little bit? What if it's not 3? And so we took 70% of that, which is 2.1 for owner occupied, and then what would that be? 3.5 for the non-owner occupied. And we put that together and we came up with the conservative number for revenue to protect ourselves is 198,000. Then we said, okay, now let's take the gloves off and say, if everything goes beyond planned and every single one of these is filled, and let's say 3 is the average occupied and 5 for non-owner occupied for occupants, we estimated it could generate $316,000. Then realistically, we came somewhere in the middle and estimated that we feel pretty good that the non-owner occupied, all 55, will probably be filled in the first year. We estimate more like 30 of the owner occupied will be filled in the first year. And so we put that together and estimated that would generate closer to $278,000. As we talked about in the last time, what is that gap between 145, what we say is kind of our conservative minimum cost, versus 278? Well, that's where, if you look at the ordinance itself and you say, what is the intent and the purpose behind this ordinance, you'll see it's the conversion of long-term housing. So long-term housing initiatives is part of what this would fund. This is part of the program and the ordinance.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Yes.
Okay, great.
How you came about those.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right now you're in trustees.
Yeah, we've moved into the trustees. So we had the public question part. And so now we've moved on to where the trustees are asking questions. Okay, well, if you have questions, then you can either direct them to Eric or, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Frank, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any questions at this time. Jeffrey, Brenda, Frank, I wanted to make sure because we have not had the opportunity to have any of our public comment, any trustees comments yet. Do you have some comments, concerns that you want to share? We're going to try to keep it to 10 minutes because of course, next week we will have a big conversation. But I want to make sure yours get here because you won't be here next week. So I'll start with Jeffrey, if that's okay with you.
My concern, um, my concern is that the fees are too high. And it's not my concern. It's so many people who I've spoken to. It's their concern. And therefore, as an elected official, I feel like it is something I need to be concerned about. And I'm wondering if the amounts over what it would take to run this program were lowered. Not the amount it takes to run the program, I'm all for the regulation. But the amounts over that, if they were removed, even if you start out with your most conservative number, if they were removed, how that might lower some fees.
Do you have any other concerns?
That's my biggest concern is the fees.
Okay. Brenda?
I would agree.
Okay. Any other concerns about the,
I think it's a conflict.
no, okay, that's fine.
Thank you, Brenda.
Yeah, thank you, Brenda. Frank, do you have any concerns about the?
No, no concerns.
Because you've been living it for 9 months?
That's right.
So I would echo my colleagues about my biggest concern, and I think it's what I've heard. Besides what has happened at public meetings, just in full disclosure, we get emails on a very regular basis. Eric's always been very good to forward things to the trustees. I can tell you, select board members have forwarded stuff to us. We forward things to each other whenever we get things and share information. So what happens in these rooms is not all that we're hearing. We do hear from other things. And I think that has been the biggest comment is the fees. I, of course, want everything to be covered. One of the things that I think is most important with this is the recognition that managing processes, managing programs that go on cost money, and we have to cover that. We can't subsidize activities. We can't do that for our taxpayers. So I think it is important that we cover that, and then however it can be done, that gets covered. I would love to, like Jeffrey, take the conservative side and have that be the fees. And in terms of other things, I think what I have heard again from people that is my biggest concern is the folks who need to cover their taxes, or they do this because they need to pay for college or whatever, that this is a supplemental thing that they do, and that this is not, a business. This is so that they can stay in Woodstock, because it is of utmost importance, I think, as an elected official, that we represent the residents and we represent the people who live here, year round, people that are here part-time, we're obviously also concerned with, but we were elected to put the best interests of those people at heart. So that will always be my biggest concern is the people who live here and work here and kids and retired and whatever it is. So that will always be forefront in my mind. That's who I'm looking at the most. So I think next Wednesday, we'll have a conversation, sans Jeffrey, unfortunately, but fortunately he's on vacation, so that's a good thing. So we will have a full conversation next Wednesday at 5 o'clock, back in this room, 5 o'clock with the select board. And that, of course, is public for everybody. I would encourage people who have questions, comments, get that to Eric, get that to planning and zoning. Those things will be forwarded to us. We'll make sure they're forwarded to us so that we have all the information, because next week is when we will have our sort of larger discussion. And take all the input and see what our next steps are.
Sounds good.
Okay, let's move on. Next item on our agenda.
Thank you to you both.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Next item on our agenda is an appointment of an ex officio to the Planning Commission. That's a vote. Eric, would you like to talk to us about what an ex officio is?
Sure. So state statute allows or asks for a board member to be an ex officio to the planning commission to kind of give guidance on what the board wants the planning commission, then also report back to the boards on what the planning commission is working on. The board, select board recently appointed Laura Powell ex officio. I believe Frank Hornick is willing to be appointed as well, and then kind of be able to be the go-between between the boards and the planning commission, and also keep us updated.
And those are non-voting members,
Yes.
ex officio. Okay, and point of clarification, point of something, it's late. Is that possible to do with other committees as well?
I only want to talk to the planning commission. I know that for sure. I would look into other ones, whether that's possible or not. But also if there's some committees like the EDC and the finance committee where they've been created by the board, so you can always go back and amend and have someone be going to.
Okay, I think it's great to have a designated person to be the expert. So Frank, you're willing to be our ex officio?
Yes.
Okay, so excited. Trustees, do you have any questions?
No.
Or comments or concerns?
No, sounds good.
Public comments about appointing Frank as an ex officio to Planning Commission? Stephen?
See nothing online?
Okay. In that case, I would make a motion to appoint Frank Hornick to the Planning Commission as the Village Trustees ex officio member. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Congratulations, Frank. You have 2 jobs.
Thank you. Thank
Next,
you.
moving into discussion. First is to change the date of the May meeting. Eric?
Yeah, the next trustees meeting is May 14th. I'm going to be out of the country on vacation that week. So there's 2 options, either ask to rearrange the meeting, or while I'm gone, Chief Green will be the acting manager if you want him to be president instead of me. That's also an opportunity, whatever the board decides.
Okay.
Are you back to 21st?
I'll be back 21st, but that's the select board's meeting.
Oh, I don't meet them. When are you back?
I'm back on the 19th.
Okay.
So we do the week before the first, I could do the 7th or the 6th of May. Or the week after, the 20th, 22nd.
When are you leaving?
I'm just going next week.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm good.
So you won't be out of town. Frank,
About the 22nd.
the 22nd?
Yeah.
I'm good the 22nd. How about the 22nd for you, Brenda? Frank, could you do the 22nd of May?
Yes.
Okay. 6:30? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, wait, is there something else scheduled on that day?
7:30, we have village.
Oh, that's good. Then we'll have to be done in an hour. I like that.
Yeah, I'd rather not have a,
Awesome.
as much as I'd like, 23rd.
What
No,
day of the
you
week
work,
is that?
no, can't do the 23rd because Brenda works late on the 23rd.
What about Monday night? Oh.
He'll be jet lagged. Do we want to do the week prior?
We do like May 7th, May 6th, if you want to.
Yeah, let's do that.
7th, are you good on the 7th, Jeffrey? Frank, are you good on the 7th?
7th works for me.
Okay,
What day of the week is that?
Tuesday.
Okay. Yeah.
May 7th, we have a joint, do we have a joint meeting on May 7th?
We've had to move them around because of short-term rental stuff, so we have to kind of reschedule what those meetings will look like.
So we don't have,
So we don't.
Not right now, no.
well, then 7th would work for me.
7th, so our May meeting. Note it, everybody. I know
Mhm.
you're all excited to come, May 7th at 6:30. Okay. Mark that down. Next item on our agenda is from our friend Beth. Pedestrian crossing sign on North Park Street for Market on the Green. Do you want to give us a quick?
I would say you need the mid crosswalks in the village, but right now I'm asking for a pedestrian sign, whether it's one of those thin marker or the barrels, whichever.
Okay.
But on North Park Street and the opening before, right after the middle bridge. It is so dangerous right there during the Market on the Green. People are crossing, kids are crossing, baby carriages get pushed out, and people are passing each other. Because it's 2 lanes right there.
Okay, wait, on South Park Street or North Park?
North Park Street.
North Park Street's the one that's next to the inn.
No, that's south.
No, that is south. Don't listen to me. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes. So on North Park Street. So you don't want one on South Park Street?
That would be fine, but the one that really see a lot of, more people are coming from River Street and Mountain Avenue over than are coming from
Really?
like the inn. Yeah. But as I said, if you look at it further, it would be good to have some downtown too.
Yeah. What's the marker?
The Market on the Green.
No, the marker. What?
Like one of those tall, thin things, probably in the,
Yeah, I think we had orange ones, weren't they?
yeah.
Or-
And in the back of the behind the public safety building is a trailer. I mean, a storage area. And I bet you could find one in there.
You can buy a lot of things in there.
Exactly. I know the cones are in.
I just want to echo Beth. I've had a few citizens ask me about more signage for crosswalks in the village as well.
Okay.
Due to, they claim tourists speeding through. So I just want to let the trustees know that.
So is this something you need to check in with Joe? So it would be something that could get put out every Wednesday?
For Beth's one, yeah, I mean, in general, I've heard complaints.
No, I think we should have a larger conversation about it. Certainly. I mean, I would recommend also one on the other side too, just because so many people, when they pick up their kids from school, come straight across. I mean, I know I do. And that's always just a little dicey anyway. So can you make that happen, Eric?
Yeah.
I guess that's a police thing.
Yeah, as long as the trustees okay with it.
Yeah, what do you think?
I think on the north side, it's more important. I'm against putting, and it's been a long-standing move to have fewer signs, not more signs.
Oh, yeah, no,
But this is a
temporary.
safety issue.
Yeah.
I said, no, for a safety issue, for this purpose, I agree.
And so it goes up a little bit before Market on the Green starts, comes down after.
Are you thinking you wouldn't just have one there? Or you would?
Thinking about having one.
No, I'm just asking. You want it just up and down?
Good idea, to have it all the time. Because she's got a good point that it's really,
Yeah.
it's a weird spot right there where people are crossing from the bridge and from Mountain Avenue.
Yeah.
And then with 2 lanes of traffic.
And it's suddenly 2 lanes of traffic. You go from 1 lane to 2 lanes.
Right, yeah.
How long do you think that, if you had it there all the time, how long do you think it would stay standing?
It's rubber. Rubber and somebody'd have to pick it up, it would
Over, it's
slope
gonna
it
get
down.
run over.
I mean, we can always test it.
I mean, I think it's a Joe question for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think we could approve it for this purpose that Beth is asking for, and then talk
Yeah.
about further.
Yeah, no, I agree. I walk the dog across there every day and
Yeah.
I mean, but I'm the person that like, I stand and then I stare at people. You better stop. But no, I think that's a good idea. So we'll test it out on North Park Street on market days and see how it goes. And then we can talk about doing other things. That makes sense. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. Thank you. Okay, so you're gonna follow up with?
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay. Village parking. Oh, sure. Sure, come on up.
Susan Fuller, Town. I think that there have been some issues, and I've actually talked to Jeffrey once about it and some other people, and never knew how to bring it forth, that when you go west on the green, there is a crosswalk that at the end where the gates are, you can go right and get onto the sidewalk over and come over to the town hall. However, you cannot go east and connect to the sidewalk that will take you up and get to the children, the school, and over on that side. And that is a section where Prospect Street comes in and Route 4 comes in, and people cross there all the time. And I would like to figure out why we don't have a crosswalk there, because you have a crosswalk there and there, and that's on the other side of the green, the east side, you have there and there. So why don't we have there and there on the, and who decides?
Well, for any sort of new markings that go down, I assume we have to start with the state because.
Yeah, for Route 4, yeah.
Yeah, because so that's owned by the state. So any new markings that we put down have to go through them, but.
You sure within the village?
And that's my question.
Have to go to the state for that? I don't.
I have to look into it, but it'll be, if not the state, at least the select board might have a say too, because the road.
Yeah.
That's the one issue I really see as a safety, and I see that all the time with the children and the parents. You walk up to the end of the green and where do you go? You can only go that way with a crosswalk.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth looking into.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Okay.
You wanted to say that here?
Oh, well, do you feel better?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, next item on the agenda is village parking.
Okay, so we've discussed this December, January, February, March. Now it's April.
Yes.
And so at this point, I'd like the board to decide which of these proposals, and I'll go over them, we'd like to recommend as to change the ordinance, not to be voted on tonight, but in May.
8th.
Yeah, the new one, May 7th. Okay, so these are the ones that would be ordinance oriented in terms of what we have suggested and have reported on publicly. And one of the things as I go down the list will have changed. The numbers will have changed. The most recent proposal from the committee of Susan Chikski and Brenda Blakeman and myself.
Do you have an e-version of that, by chance?
No.
What?
Will they be for the public at some, I mean,
Yeah, so anything discussed tonight will be in the minutes, and then if there's gonna be a vote at some point, what's gonna be voted on will be in the agenda of the book.
Well, it has to be turned into an ordinance or an updated ordinance or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can't vote on something.
We're
unless
not gonna
it's-
vote on that tonight. No.
Can you send an e-version of this to Nikki so she can put it in the minutes?
No. She's
No?
got one. No, I lost my proper one. I do not. Brenda, do you have that? I can tell you what they are, and I can give paper version to Eric.
Okay.
I do not have an e-version. I have an
Do you have a
I have an
typist?
aversion.
Do you have a typist who could do this?
Okay, we are recommending that we increase the meter hours, which are currently 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. to 10 a.m. to 5 p.m.
10 to 5.
Yes, we want to change the meter time, which is currently endless in terms of in one spot, how you can feed the meter, to 4 hours,
oh,
limited to 4 hours at any one meter, except around the green where we would want to continue it as is currently.
So no time restriction on the green.
Right, we are recommending rate changes in the following permitted parking areas and a change in number in some of these areas. We're recommending changing Mechanic Street permitted parking to 18 spaces from its current 16 spaces.
Where do those 2 additional spaces come from?
They come from the fact that there is almost never all 16 of the permanent spaces full at any one given time. And in talking with Chief Swanson, it was determined if there was a rare occasion where that was full, anyone who had one of those two other permits could park at a metered space without suffering a ticket on that
Okay, so
particular
18
day.
permits for 16 spaces, right?
Correct.
Okay.
It's 18, yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Whereas previously we had been talking about a rate increase to match the meters of $7 per day for the Mechanic Street lot and the library lot. We're now recommending $5 per day. Reduce it based on some input we've received.
And what would that be per year?
Well, it's 5 times, that's the sheet I just lost, but that would be $25 a day.
And that's 5 days a week?
I mean, a week, $25 a week, $5 a day, 5 days a week, $25 a week. Multiply that times 52, and you've got the answer,
1,300.
1,300, which is less than is charged at the lot across the road by the History Center.
And how much is it currently?
That's 14 something. I believe.
1460.
1460.
No, how much are those spots currently costing people in Mechanic Street per year?
640?
40.
640. 640.
Double, more than double the.
So it's approximately, it's about double, but it's $5 a day is what we're recommending.
Okay.
And Elm Street, which has 10 spaces, which are not guaranteed spaces, we're recommending that that those 10 spaces be permitted at $4 a day. That would give us a total of 32 permitted spaces Monday through Friday.
So 10 spaces and 10 permits?
10 spaces, 10 permits for Elm Street. And also if eventually, we're also recommending that if that is not taken up by employees, that it'd be a good idea to offer that to citizens over 65 years old.
Okay, so the spots on Mechanic Street and Elm Street are for employees.
Oh, yes, that stays the same. People working in the village. Limited to people working in the village. Other things, we now want to provide a 15-minute parking space in front of the visitor center. This would be with a meter like in front of the post office. So that people can make quick stops there and find a spot and then they have to leave. It's for 15-minute use.
How many spaces?
One.
But they're gonna have to pay.
Yes.
An appointment center. Just saying.
We'll have time for public comment.
So then we want to provide a 15-minute unloading zone behind 27 Central that is available for all village businesses. Currently, it's restricted to that business, which was allowed because they put in double doors to accommodate the size of some of the furniture that they stock. And we want that to remain available to them, but to others as well. So we're recommending that. And we're recommending all of these changes take place July 1st, if it gets voted in May.
So any ordinance change has 45 days?
60 days.
60 days.
60
Okay.
days, so it's not quite. So
Oh,
it would have to be July 6th, whatever 60 days would be.
so if we voted on it May 6th, it would be July 6th.
Right. Now, we do need to update the resolutions that exist so that they match. So we have to repeal 3 and 3A. And we would have to modify Elm Street. And we need a resolution for the library, which could read the same as the Mechanic Street resolution.
And the resolutions are not like an ordinance, so you can just vote on them separately, which is.
Yeah. The last thing that we've been talking about, we have not come up with an exact idea of how to deal with it, but I will mention that we do think we need to review contractors' use of metered spaces and come up with something, but we haven't got anything concrete to ask the trustees to move forward on tonight. So that's it. Those are the total.
And just for context, can you remind me, how many spaces we're renting to the state?
Renting to the state.
For
It's unknown. That's something that's going to interfere with what we're doing. And it's unknown. They have not, in my understanding, accepted our price we want.
As of today, we haven't heard anything, no.
And so that's going to interfere with this for a year to a year and a half, which is going to be difficult.
Okay, and so the thought was, we've got two people with permits behind the library, and so
And
the idea would be moving them.
the idea was they would be the first ones into the
Mechanic Street.
Spot. Now, it's quite possible that a result of what we're proposing, there's something else I should mention. It's quite possible that we're proposing, some people will decide not to be in the Mechanic Street lot. I don't know where they'll go, but that's certainly their option. But also, this part's important. We used to have money restricted, parking money restricted to a parking fund. One that at one point we thought had accumulated a substantial amount of money, and then it turns out it wasn't there at all. As you know, we ended up having to find another source to pay for that. ARPA, right. We would like to start restricting money, but we'd like to do it in a way that doesn't tie our hands for other reasons. And first of all, we have a budget that's already been passed for this year. So what we think would be the best way to deal with that would be that funds that come in from these three permitted fund locations would first go to meet the budget figure required of income that we were expecting in the current budget. Any funds beyond that go into our reserve fund, but segregated within that reserve fund as a parking fund. That could be, the intention is to let that grow. And at some point we need new meters or we need something else related to parking. That's where we would look first. But if there's some other emergency that we come across where we say, geez, we don't want it restricted in the manner that we couldn't pull that out in an emergency, but that wouldn't be its intended use. So Eric pointed out that would be a good way to go about it, and I agree with it.
Would you consider the money that we spend for the elementary school parking lot to be something that we would pay for out of these funds, since that's parking related?
Maybe we could change that for next budget year.
And then what about meters?
Meters go into the general fund, and that's where, we have a strong need, so.
Okay.
But at least this would reestablish a parking fund that would hopefully grow over a number of years to an amount that would be useful when we have strong parking needs there where we don't ask the taxpayer for the money.
We were also hoping that possibly we could encourage the people from the courthouse to possibly park in the elementary school parking lot during the summer.
Oh,
So that's a good point. But the ones I've listed are the ones I would like us to move on to turn into something we could vote on in May.
thank you. So looking at our Rosenberg's rules, the first is, does the board have any questions for clarification purposes? Frank, do you have any questions about this proposal?
No.
Then next
About
we're gonna,
the parking,
I'm sorry?
about the parking proposal, no.
Well, then next we're gonna move into public comment on this. Is there any public comment?
Caroline has a comment.
Okay, Kara, go ahead.
Hey guys, how are you this evening? I'll keep this short. I have a much longer thing to say, but I think due to time and everything, I'll keep this as short as possible. So,
for those of us who don't know you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can you just tell us who you are for those of us who don't know you?
I'm sorry, I am Kara Kettenbach, and I own 121 home in Woodstock, and you're proposing to make the loading space behind my building. So, okay, so I have a couple of things on this whole parking issue. I guess from a couple of conversations that I've had with certain people, I think it's a great idea to do some type of a survey with the business owners on all of this. I think that this is a much bigger issue to all of us than you actually realize, especially me, and we'll get into that. But 4-hour parking is a huge problem for the business owners. And I did speak to a whole bunch of them when I was working over the weekend. And I don't want to speak for anybody in particular, but you'll see if you do that survey that people are not happy about it. Our employees have a hard enough time parking as it is. They absolutely cannot leave the buildings to go and drive around Woodstock in the summer trying to find parking. A lot of businesses have 1 or 2 people manning their stores during a very busy time of year. And I would say, what are we going to do about that if you propose 4-hour parking? It's hard enough for them to find parking to park for the full day's worth of work. What is there a solution to that? Because 4 hours is not enough time for them. I also think that 4 hours is a very short time for people coming into our town to enjoy it for the day, to say, well, in 4 hours, you're either going to get a ticket or you have to move your car. I think a lot of people come into Woodstock and they are here for the entire day. They park their car, they walk around, they go to Billings Farm, they walk over to the inn, they have lunch, they shop. And I think this is a little short-sighted in the big picture of how people come and interact with all of us in Woodstock. So that's my first problem, is the 4-hour parking. The other issue that I personally have with my, in the back of my building, I was granted to put in double doors in the back of my building because of the nature of my business. I think it will really impact my business tremendously if I am not able to lease that spot from you. For a number of different reasons. 15-minute loading, unloading for me is absolutely out of the question with the amount of volume that we get. About every 2 to 3 weeks, we either have a furniture delivery or we have pallet deliveries. We will get 3 pallets at a time, and we will have to bring it all into the building, one piece at a time, unload it, unbox it, bring it in, bring it downstairs, and go get another piece. It's pretty crucial to my business, and a 15-minute loading zone is not going to help me in any way, shape, or form. The other issue is that the UPS trucks and things like that, where my space is, and I did speak to our local UPS driver and the FedEx guy, and they said where my spot is at the moment, it's very hard for them to back up into that spot. A spot on the end for them is much easier, or a spot over by even my neighbor at 19 Central is much easier because of the way where my spot is, and then in relation to the visitors center. It's hard for them on busy days to be able to use that as a spot as well. And I would just urge you to please reconsider where I'm coming from. I use that back door. In the summertime, we use it almost every single day to bring items out the back for people bringing their cars around. If there is a truck parked there, I cannot do that anymore. They can't come up front. It's too busy. Route 4 is too dangerous with with all the bags and then the chairs and the items that are coming out of my building. So I would really, I'm happy to talk about it with you guys privately. I'm happy to have a meeting with you. I'm happy to come back and speak about it more. But I was under the impression that once you saw how much this was really needed for me, that we would not have to be revisiting this like this.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
I think Stuart had his hand up, and I think Beth too.
Okay. We'll do Stuart and then Beth. Is that okay with you, Beth? Okay. Go ahead, Stuart.
Yes, thanks, Seton. I was just really wanting
Tell
to
us who you
give, sorry, Stuart Matthews. I live on Mount Ave, and I am working with Jody Natali, originally as part of the EDC effort to invest in downtown and what we might do to rejuvenate and help the downtown business district. One of the projects that we are working on, and I just wanted to fill this group in on, is how we can better utilize the space writ large in Mechanic Street Square. You know, in our estimation, there's an awful lot of people that are coming into the visitor center on a daily basis. And we'd like to try to figure out a way to provide some other amenities in that back space for those people, be it food service, tables, seating, etc. We realize that parking is part of that puzzle, and you know, spoken to Kara and spoken to other building owners about their needs and about how we might configure the back to better utilize that space. But that is something that we hope to bring you in the coming weeks and months.
Great. Thank you, Stuart. Beth, did you have a comment?
Thank you. One, you know my opinion of, I mean, I think raising the rate is in the back parking lots are reasonable, but now you're not assuring 18 people that they're going to have a space, quite honestly.
We are.
No, you're not, because in September and October, those spaces are filled.
By employees?
Yes. And then on Saturday, none of those spaces are guaranteed. So, and you know, I really hope, I think Kara's idea of a survey and taking a deep breath and not thinking about July 1st as your start date. I mean, I understand that revenue is important, but I think you've got several business owners who own their buildings, so they've invested lots of money in downtown. And they are just throwing their hands up saying, what is happening? And so I will encourage those folks to come. You know, Kara's certainly one who has invested so much in our wonderful community. And this is just really difficult, I think. And two, you know, there are other people who own 3 or 4 businesses in town that are saying, you know, what's going on, and very unhappy. And I think a survey, you know, taking a deep breath, getting rid of the July 1st artificial. I mean, I understand that's the when the new budget starts, so it's not really artificial, but just getting rid of that self-imposed timeline and saying, let's survey the businesses and survey the employees. I mean, we're not, you know, not everybody is fortunate enough that works in town to be able to walk to their business. You know, there are employees that drive here and have to park. So
Thank you.
that's just my opinion.
Okay, are there any other comments online?
I think Kara just has a hand up from last
Oh.
time. I don't see anyone else.
Kara, did you have something else, or is that just your hand from last time?
It's just my hand from last time.
Okay.
So I'd like to address a little of this quickly.
Okay.
Because in terms of, because I should have said this before, when there are extraordinary needs, such as a big shipment that takes more than 15 minutes, there's no reason why we can't be flexible. And we could change the wording to 15 minutes on average or something. And as far as neighbor goes, because I want that to work for Kara, I was all for us doing this originally for the needs of that wonderful store she created. But there are neighbors, other business owners who've objected to it and who feel like it's privileged space that they would like to have use of also on occasion. And so that's why we came up with this idea of making it available to others as well, and at the same time be flexible so that Kara can unload merchandise, which is certainly not every day that she needs to have it longer than 15 minutes, but when she does, we could certainly allow that. So I just think it's important to know that we have thought of that. As far as the 4-hour thing, you know, Seton, I'm glad you gave me all of these old surveys and so forth, which going back so many times, we've gone through so much. We're trying to keep employees parking at meters as a goal, and to have turnover and to have that be more for residents and visitors, as opposed to all day long employees. There are places, and we also plan. I didn't mention it because it's not, doesn't have to do with what we would have had to be voting on, but we need to have a map that shows people places that they can park. And I think the goal is not to have employees parking at the parking meters all day long as a regular thing. And it's a problem. And at times of years when we're very busy, we have lost parking spaces. We've lost the ones that we're not going to get back, 3 spaces by the Vermont Flannel. We've lost the space that we gave I'm talking about public parking spaces, the one that we allowed for Kara. We're going to have a 15-minute space that we are recommending in front of, we are losing public parking spaces. And we no longer have Frost Mills parking lot, which used to be a great place. So we do have a problem. I mean, if we could, but I don't know the solution. If we could acquire the History Center lot and expand that, that would be fantastic. But so far, that doesn't look like something they're interested in engaging in. So I think it's really important that we do the 4-hour limit and that we encourage employees to find spaces that are not at parking meters, because there are plenty of them within close walking distance on South Street and on the lower part of Elm Street. Plus, we're opening up these 10 spaces for permitting on Elm Street that nobody's using right now. So there's 10 more spaces there that nobody is permitted for whatsoever. So I think given that and the purpose of the meters, it's important to limit it to the 4 hours, whereas it used to be limited to 2 hours, and spaces on Elm Street were limited to 2. And so I think 4 hours is enough.
Okay, was there another, did I see somebody else on Zoom?
Had his hand up, but it wasn't much sure
Okay.
if he wants to speak or not.
I
think-
just have a clarification.
Yeah.
I know. My clarification is, so is the 4-hour parking only for meters and not for behind, like in front of the visitor center?
It's for all the meters except for on the green.
Except for on the green, it's in the visitor center. It's back.
Okay, so that's my question. So if there's,
Those are kiosks there, yes.
so for that kiosk, so my question is, if someone parks a space right here, and then an employee, and they may this time of year, but you still have to move in 4 hours, so they run out and move to space over here, 5 spaces away or whatever, does that count? Because they're still in the same zone, so they're gonna come up on the, I mean, the meter person's not gonna know that. So we were talking about that the other day. So how do you know if it's 4 hours or more? Do you know what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying with the key.
Because the same zone, I mean, it's all one zone back there. And I do, the green is 2 different zones. There's different zones for that. But
the goal, I hear you. I wonder how we could get around that problem, because again, the goal.
I don't want to get around.
The goal is not to have that.
So but I mean, that's a good point. I had not thought of that.
That is a good point that I hadn't thought of.
Because if you're paying with Park Mobile, Nobody
Well,
knows
the Park
exactly what's.
Mobile creates a problem for that. So we might not be able to do that there.
Just
And
But the idea really is to discourage employees from parking in front of the places they work.
Well, I understand that,
yeah,
but I think being short-sighted, and I do think you should do a survey.
I think that.
I think we've got more. I want to make sure that we're getting all the public.
And Nick, and I think Kara might have a new comment too.
Nick, go ahead and tell us who you are, please.
I'm Nick Stearns. I live at 21 Central in the apartments. Where are you proposing that employees are supposed to park? Not every building has assigned parking spots for that building. Some of them have more than others. So I'm wondering, where are the employees supposed to park? And also the residents. There's nowhere for residents to park that don't include playing musical cars every 48 hours.
Well, for employees, I think you have to remember the spots that are available on Elm Street that are free from the intersection of Pleasant and Elm North. And the 10 spaces I've mentioned, which are going to be available for permitted parking. And then you've got South Street, which has numerous spaces and is not that far away. You've got spaces opposite this town hall that are often available.
During the busy season, though, those spots aren't guaranteed. I remember spending 4 hours one day trying to find a place to park just to go home.
During 3 weeks of foliage, it is tough for everybody. But we have to think about how things can work best year round. So if you can think of the places that I just said and park in one of those, and there's places on Pleasant Street also where you can park.
But have to move every 48 hours. So it's.
Well, yeah, you're talking about employees.
Well, for the employees that don't work in a building that have assigned parking to them, that's fine. They leave every night. But for the people that live here, it's kind of a bit of a challenge, especially when it's busy.
It is. There's a definite challenge for residential parking in the central business district of the village.
Is there some sort of permit that could?
We are not trying to address that because we don't have spaces to give permits for that. We don't have the space. We would love to acquire it.
I thought you were trying to attract workers.
I mean, it's not, it's not,
Oh my gosh.
well, and I just said this, residents, we need to be concerned with residents.
Well, yes, but where are we going to get this? Find a parking garage somewhere.
Well, but this is,
There's no parking garage anywhere close. That's not a viable option. There is the option of having a permit that would prevent the people that are trying to live here and work here from getting constantly ticketed. Have something displayed on the windshield for the little the parking enforcement. Some sort of permit that the people that live here that are affected by the lack of parking can apply for.
You're an employee of a business, are you not, sir? Did you say that?
I live and work here, yes.
You do work here. Okay.
I live and work here, yes.
I just wanted to be clear on that. Okay. Yeah.
Now, the parking spots out behind the visitor center where you park, Beth,
Yes.
what happens to those at night?
You can park there from 6 PM until 8 AM.
Okay.
So you think about, I mean, I really think everybody, and I understand you're really trying to do your best in this committee, and it's 10:30 at night and
I want to go home.
everybody wants to go home, but you are trying to attract employees. You've got some people that have apartments right up there. Think about if you have the flu, you want to go out and move your car at 8 o'clock in the morning to somewhere and then, you know, there may need to be some flexibility for people who live right in the village.
Do we know how many people live in apartments that don't have designated parking? I mean, is it the same issue as people that live, I mean, there are apartments above like, near like Coburn's and stuff. Do those people have designated parking behind?
No,
There's
those aren't.
nobody over
classified.
there. It's above the Old Mountain Creamery.
There's apartments above the Old Mountain Creamery.
Yeah.
There's apartments above 121 Home.
Yeah.
There's all the people on the green. Not everybody on the green even has a little space to pull in. Although there's free parking up there, which thank heavens.
Because they can park on.
Well,
the side, but I just think.
Good night,
You're-
Derek.
you're
Good night, guys.
I think we're trying to accomplish something that is a long time goal without going to a place where it's like, well, what if we had this and that and other things that we simply don't have? And we're trying to, we're going in the opposite direction of where surveys and these things have
Where were those
recommended.
surveys? Were they from this year?
No,
No, so
No.
the last one was
no,
2007.
no, the point is that those surveys, we're talking about a problem that existed then, that exists now.
I know.
Now, if employees parking at meters all day. Now, maybe you're right, maybe Mechanic Street can't qualify for that. Maybe we need to change it to just the meters. Because of Park Mobile. I hadn't thought of Park Mobile. We hadn't thought of Park Mobile.
Yeah,
But the point is,
thought there was meters out there.
4 hours at the parking meters is a
There's
good
meters,
idea.
but you can
We have
still use
people
park.
parking in front of Bentley's, or not Bentley's, Cobra.
Yes, I know that.
Yes, all day, who work there. And yet they could park in the parking lot right behind it.
I know. But
And they park at the meter anyway because they can just feed the meter all day. So I'm giving you some
So-
examples. So
So you're changing the rule for one person.
not just
It's
for one
not just
person,
one person,
Not
it's
just
more than
one
one.
person. not just one person.
Yeah, it is more than one.
So Brent, do you have any input before I,
Call a question.
He's gone to sleep.
he probably has.
No, I'm digesting all of the parking stuff right now.
So as with anything that we do, I need data. I've looked at the old things, these old parking studies. Thank you, Beth, for letting me climb into your attic to find them. That has provided some information. But I do think that we need, I don't know. I know that there are some perceived issues. But if I don't know how many employees need parking, where they're gonna go, residents, I hadn't even thought about residents that don't have designated parking. These are all people that we represent that we need to have some sort of an answer. Because it's every day. It's one thing to be like, oh, people are here for an hour or you need to run an errand. Those are things that can have one-off
All right,
answers.
you're making sense. So here's
God, I hope so.
here's a suggestion. Let's just vote to move along to change those things that are more limited than the total number of them,
Such as,
such as increase the meter hours from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m.
okay,
Okay, that one. The three current parking meter, permitted parking areas. Change the rates as proposed. And don't do anything else right now except that, because of people who want surveys and go on and I think hours. Yes, okay, information. And about the 4-hour thing, that seems controversial. I think it's a great idea, but we can hold off on that. Let's move along on those things that we've discussed.
So you have a business, excuse me, no,
Oh.
there is a business that owns 4 parking spaces on Mechanic Street parking lot. Those people did not know that the rate change was even in motion. I mean, if you're from New Hampshire, you're not gonna be reading Woodstock's
why are people from New Hampshire renting those spaces?
because they work there.
People from, oh, okay.
They work in Woodstock.
People that own the business?
The people that own the
Look,
business.
yeah,
Okay.
But anyway, I just think you need to make sure, I tried, I mean, we went around and gave them the old and put some things on windshields, but I really think you're pushing it through. You're not hearing what I'm asking, and Jeffrey, I understand you want to get it done. But I think you need to step back and survey before you start raising the rates and doing all the stuff that you want to do. That's just my
So
opinion.
I think that we can, I like your idea of let's
Just
do
limited.
a couple at a time. I do have a question for Eric. So can we modify pieces of ordinance at a time, or like my one concern is if
My understanding is you can, but you then, say you change one thing from 10 to 4, 10 to 5.
Yeah.
You'd vote on that, and then that would have to wait 6 days to go into effect. And then you have to wait until, then after 60 days, you make another change, so on and so forth. Unless we completely revamped the ordinance and had kind of what we did with the short-term rentals last year is have like a second appendix.
Yeah.
Then you just have to change the appendix, but I'd want to confirm that.
And do you have a suggestion, because you've made this suggestion in the past, of writing the ordinance in such a way that allows for the trustees to make changes without passing a new ordinance?
Yeah, what you do is you have the language that says the trustees can choose the fees in Mechanic Street. And then you just have to pass a change of costs every year, every 6 months, whenever you, so you have language that says trustees have the power to change the fee structure as, Schedule A or something, and then Schedule A will be voted on separately.
Because that might be a way to
Fine,
do it, because
that's fine. So as long as it accomplishes this, and then if, 10 years or 5 years or 3 years from now, trustees will change their mind, they can.
yeah,
No
because
objection to that.
because changing an ordinance is such a,
Yeah, I know, I
that way we can be more nimble on
agree,
things.
but if we limit it to those, just the permanent parking spaces and
We'll not vote on it tonight, but
not voting on it
Yeah.
tonight, to say, let's create those changes, to vote on those changes in May, and then the rest of it should still be up for
so we
discussion.
need to create an ordinance that allows for the trustees to set hours for meters and to set the rate for the 3 parking areas. So we
Mhm.
need to, so that's what we need to just write up that ordinance so that it has the flexibility so that we can set those
Right.
rates.
Perfect.
And then we can set the rates, change the rates as the need happens. Brenda, does that all make sense, or is it too late?
No, well, it's too late, but, I think that all makes sense, but I think that we should actually just take a pause and let's just talk about it.
No, just for these, we shouldn't, because this is,
No,
This is-
Beth is not happy.
I know
Kara's
Beth is not happy because she's a renter there, but
Well, I mean,
I know, and I understand that. I understand that.
Yeah.
But it's the meters, which are $1 an hour, okay? So they're gonna be $7 a day.
But I think we're talking about for this, Brenda,
I'm
is the ordinance,
Mhm.
and then how much it costs is a decision that we can make at any time.
I mean, that's fine.
So that would be the ordinance that we would vote on,
Okay,
and then we can decide on the timing. And so
Okay.
that gives us more flexibility to change it.
I think that's
So
fine.
that's not a decision that we have to make in May. I mean, we
Okay.
need to make it pretty quickly thereafter, I would imagine. But that allows us to be more flexible on that. That allows us time to do surveys. That allows us time to have the data that we need.
We don't need surveys about these kinds of things, the permanent parking places. We need to, if you want surveys about where we can increase, parking for employees and residents, yeah, that's all that is enormous. It's
Yeah,
been
no,
done
that's what I'm
before, we
saying.
can do it again, and a miracle could happen. But let's move along with some things that we
No, I'm
can move
agreeing with
along
you.
on. Okay,
I'm totally agreeing.
let's get going. Let's get going.
I don't know if Sarah Has another comment.
Kara, did you have another comment or question?
I just think, I mean, this is my opinion and it might not be popular and I'm sorry because I actually really like you all individually. I hope you don't hit me after this. I really think we should shelf all of it is my opinion on all of this because I think there is so much that is at stake and involved in all of this. And I think we're all being short-sighted on it. I can drive up to Stowe and I can go park my car for most of the day and not even be charged a penny for parking.
Don't compare us to Stowe. Stowe has so much
Wait,
parking.
let
I
her
know, but
finish.
I'm just,
But
for people who don't know the history, Kara, I'm just getting a little excited because I know you've been here for a year and a half.
It doesn't
Or
matter.
2 years. I'm saying there's been so
Jeffrey, let her
much
finish.
over the
Jeffrey, please
years of different things happening
I know. Let her
involving
Jeffrey, let her
parking.
finish, please.
And I am
Don't wanna hear
really,
about
I am all now making more money. I'm not someone who's sitting here saying, you know, don't raise rates, don't do this. That is not what I am saying. What I am saying is that there is a huge issue with parking in Woodstock. And I think to vote on anything at this particular time, I think you need more information. I think we need to figure this out as a community. And I don't think at 10 o'clock at night, there's enough 10:30 at night, there's enough people here to listen to all of this, to fully understand what's happening. That's all. You can do what you want, but I really think it's not the right decision, but.
Okay. Well, and what we're talking about right now is two ordinances that don't set rates, that don't set hours, but we'll write them in such a way that the trustees can make those decisions once a year, twice, whatever it happens to be. So what it does is it adds flexibility in so that we have the basis so that we can get the input and we can say, hey, we're thinking about this. And somebody says, okay, well, I like this or don't like this or whatever suggestion. So what we're doing is that we're creating a foundation so that we can make these decisions with the input.
I understand.
Yeah, so it's just two of the recommendations and we'll work on writing up an ordinance. The ordinance will obviously be presented ahead of time. It will be available, but it will not include the hours. The two things we're talking about are increasing the hours of the metered parking and then
the rates at the permitted parking areas.
yeah, well, writing down that the ordinance will say that the trustees can decide on what the rates are for the areas. But it won't include a number because.
So it'll include has to at least include the current number.
Yes, it will include the current number, which is whatever it is right now, $1 a day or whatever it is. So it will include that, but says that the trustees can change it at any time. So we're keeping it open and flexible.
Okay, and you want out behind my building another day?
We're not yet, that will not be something that we vote on next week.
We won't vote on that next
Or
week.
next month. Lord have mercy, y'all. So I have what the Chamber of Commerce has done previously. I am happy to head up the process of doing the survey. And we'll come up with some questions. I'll walk it around to people. Probably not a bad idea to include some residents. So we will, if anybody has any input, send it to Eric. Eric will send it to me, or my email is on the website. Questions that you might want to include in that survey.
So can we vote on those two
Next
things?
week.
Just that we're going to change to make it flexible.
Yeah, so we need to write the ordinance.
Yes.
Yes. So not voting on anything tonight. We will vote on the ordinance next month.
Vote on the ordinance.
Eric and I will come up
to
with the language.
change. Okay.
Yes.
So we can plug in the numbers.
Yes. Okay. Next item on the agenda, Lord have mercy, we'll push off. You guys want to push off foliage and next month?
Yeah.
And food vendors on the
Yeah.
green for next month?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, we're gonna table that.
Yeah.
Okay, any other business to come before the trustees?
No.
Okay, in that case.
Okay.
Again?
I'm off the road. Help me.
Well, you stop me if I'm off the road.
We need to approve the minutes for 3/12, 3/19, and 3/27. I actually have one change for 3/12, Nikki, and it's not an error, it's just somebody made me aware of under public comments towards the end. We had a comment from Noelle Nunez. She was here in person and she made a comment about parking in front of on the green.
Yeah.
And that wasn't included in the minutes. If you could put that in, please. Is she still there?
She should be, yeah. she may not be.
I'm still here. I'm writing it down.
Okay, thank you.
She's
Uh,
in bed, but she's.
Other than that, the 12th is fine to me. Do you on the 12th?
I have no changes on either one of them. I'm happy to say,
It's
and
you.
I don't want to take up need
I know.
Yeah.
Free.
3 minutes on,
Yeah.
on any of them. And I
Okay.
looked at them really carefully, as I usually do. Nikki, you did an excellent job,
As
as
always.
usual.
Okay, so I would make a motion that with the exception of making that one change on the 312 minutes, that we pass, that we approve the minutes for 312, 319, and 327th. Is there a second?
A second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Go away. Passes. I make a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? You better not be. Good night. Motion carried.
Good night.
Stop into.
Parking is like, yeah.
Oh,